and welcome to a new video. Today I'm starting another little ambitious vlog project where I'm going to read all of Fairyloot monthly books. This is for the YA boxes since they have been going on for the longest, and then maybe in the future I will do the adult picks and romantic picks when there's more of those. But this is only the YA ones that has been going since 2016. To be more specific, March 2016. And actually, when I'm filming this or starting this vlog is at the end of May, and in June is actually their 100th book, which is really cool. So I think that this will be up after June because I need about a month to read through these books, I think. And I'm going to read all of them and not necessarily rank them, but I guess rate them normally and then see how many I actually like. I have had the Fairyloot YA boxes several times. So like I do have a couple of the actual like Fairyloot editions and I have read a couple as well. So like those won't be reread in this vlog, but I will like go through like my thoughts for when I read them. Obviously, YA has gone through a lot of, I was going to say, developments and eras since 2016. The 2016 YA is not 2024 YA. So that's really weird to think about. And I do think that a lot of these will be absolutely terrible. But I'm hoping for several surprises as well. And I also am fully aware that this vlog will be very, very, very long. It is a bit of an ambitious project. I will probably read a June book as well. So it is basically 100 books for one vlog. I hope you are excited. I just felt inspired to do this. And I thought, well, let's do it now in the summer when I don't have school. So we are starting off today with the March 2016 pick, which was the first Fairyloot book, obviously, which apparently was The Forbidden Wish by Jessica Corey. This one I actually haven't heard anything about, and I didn't even know that was the first Fairyloot book. I have borrowed it at the library and will be reading it digitally because no way I was going to buy all these books. A lot of them are available at the library or else I wouldn't do this. I don't know anything about this. I'm going to go reading and then we will see how this vlog develops because I don't know yet, but I am nervous and excited. And let's go. Hello, dear friends and family. Yesterday, I did finish the first book for this vlog, which was, as we know, The Forbidden Wish by Jessica Coatley. I don't really know how to say the last name. And as we know, I didn't know a single thing about this because I just picked it up because of this vlog. And I never heard about it before. And it was a surprise for what it was actually about. Because this was a Aladdin retelling. Of all the things, yes, I do believe that the author is right. Not that there was a focus on like, I guess the setting, which maybe wasn't that normal back in 2016. I mean, it was. I don't have no idea. Either way, obviously all like the stuff from like 1001 Nights was in there. Instead of following the point of view of Aladdin, we follow the point of view of the Jinn, which is a girl. And then Aladdin and the Jinn get a thing instead of Aladdin getting a thing with a princess. Basically, this would have been dubbed as a fantasy romance, honestly. And it is basically about the Jinn wanting freedom, obviously, and then Aladdin wanting revenge. So that's why we're doing this whole like pretending to be a prince thing, and then things evolve from there. And honestly, it wasn't like terrible. I thought at first, I was like, what is going on? Because it starts with Aladdin entering the cave, and then we are like, I was like, is this like a genie in a lamp thing? And then it takes like 2 chapters before he reveals his name. And I was like, lol, this is hilarious. And I think if you like Aladdin, if you're familiar with the story, this could be very fun. I thought it was kind of fun. I thought the writing was quite like okay. And I was like into the story. I want to see how it will play out. However, I think like the magic and stuff was fun with it. And I always, you know, when you have the setup of a story, you're always curious to what these wishes will be used for. I was very curious about this as well. I thought the setup was fine. However, the villains, etc. was so weak. Like, we didn't go into details with them at all. It was just such a weak part of the story. How things were resolved, which is like so quick. Yeah. And then there was just, I just did not get why they fell for each other, because it literally went like 2 days and then like, oh, we love each other now and we have everything for each other. And I was like, okay. So like the relationship did not make me believe that they wanted to die for each other as they did, which is usually how I feel in these kinds of books. So like it was a weak storyline overall, even though like the main plot was a bit fun to just like experience. Just like the storyline, how it played out was a bit weak, but like it is a standalone. It was like fun. It was a really easy read. You can say different things about it. I decided to round it up. I feel like there will be worse books than this. And I feel like it's like a 2.5, but I decided to just do like full ratings for this banking. So I'm giving it like a 3 because like it wasn't terrible. It wasn't incredible either. It was just like, it was totally fine. But everything in the book could have been more developed and could have been better before what it was. It was fun, if you know what I mean. I am surprised that I didn't hate it because the cover didn't look amazing. I was just like, oh, this wasn't terrible. And when you got into it, it went really fast. So that was great. So for the next book, which I'm starting today as well, we have The Glittering Court by Michelle Mead. This is the author of Vampire Academy, which is hilarious to me because this book came out and I wanted to read it for years. I had it on my wish list for literally years. And then I just heard terrible things about it. I think it's like a 3-book series. And the author said in like an interview that like there are things that happen you completely don't understand because you need to read the next book from the other person's point of view for that scene to make sense in a way. Like, people might be acting like weird, but then like you need to read the next book to understand why they're acting this way. But obviously I'm not going to read the second and third book in this vlog, so I'm just going to be confused. I think it's just like court drama kind of stuff, so maybe I will like it. I have no idea, but this one I heard about, so let's see what happens in this, and I'll let you know soon. Hello. I didn't actually scramble myself enough together to finish the Glittering Court. Sorry. This one follows this world where we have this place on the other side of the sea, kind of. But before they go there, they are trained up to be like courtiers. Like, they usually are people from not noble status, and then they get trained up to be of nobles, and then they go over to the sea to like be, I was gonna say almost auction off to be husbands to the nobles over there. But you can actually like choose which one they want. And then we have a main character who is a duchess, and she cannot choose anything, and then she is really frustrated by this, and then kind of scams herself into going over to the other side of the sea to get more choice in her life, even though I didn't really get it because she needs to go over there and get married anyway. Well, she falls for a completely other person. And then there's kind of like drama, course stuff, a bit of it at least. It reminded me actually a bit of Bridgerton, which does not necessarily mean that it is actually kind of like Bridgerton. It's maybe more just of that area of history. I guess it is a fantasy book because it was in a Fairyloot box, but it didn't really feel like a fantasy because there was no like magical aspects to it. It was just kind of just a world that very much was similar to our own, but not really anywhere here. Kind of didn't care for the couples, I didn't really care for the drama, didn't really care for the characters. I just didn't really understand how leaving for this place could solve anything, even though maybe she felt like that was the best option she had. I just felt like it was really irresponsible for her, and I just like didn't care for the romance. And I know that like, I think because there's kind of 3 people that become friends, and I think every book in the series follow like one person in that friend group. So now we had like one of them, and the 2 others follow the other girls. And in theory, I never did have series, but I don't know when or if I will actually continue this, at least unless it maybe like fits for a really good challenge or something when I do a readathon or something. I was just bored. I just kind of didn't care how it was going to wrap up. I just felt like the plots that were revealed, I was just like, I was beyond the point of caring. Maybe if it had been like 200 pages shorter, it would have been a bit more interesting. I'm giving it a 2, and then like a clean 2, because like I did not hate it. I was just very bored and not interested in it. And I don't know, I wanted more, I guess, fantasy of anything, I guess. So that means that we can go to our next book. I haven't said the months for these orally here, but I guess I'll just pop it on the screen. Future Sandra need to deal with current Sandra's state of vlogging. So the next one is Ruined by Amy something. Amy Tintera. This one I have actually heard about. Actually like on a wish list on Book Depository when that existed for a really long time. Just as the Glittering Court, lol. And I just never got to it. And then I completely lost interest in it because it seems like a fantasy of its time once again. But now I'm gonna read it and find out. I have no idea about the plot, but I am anticipating a very typical fantasy read of its time. So yeah, I thought it was for some reason 500 pages, but it's only like 330 or something. Shorter than The Glittering Court is what I'm living by, and hopefully we read it very soon tomorrow. See you then. Okay, it is late the next day. I am actually, my goal is to finish 2 books today, but so far I have not, so I'm kind of like 2 books behind, but I don't want to think about that. I finished Ruined by Amy Tintera. and I actually kind of liked it, like much more than I thought I would. I think so far maybe the one I liked the most, and I'm like, what's going on? Not that it was incredible, it was just kind of fun. It reminded me of like kind of the YA contemporaries that, not contemporaries, fantasies that I did enjoy a lot back in the day. It reminded me a bit of like the Erin Summerhill one, I don't remember the name, Ever the Hunted or something, I don't know. But this one basically follows M, who is ruined. Like, ruined is kind of a species, they have like runes on their bodies and can do magic that humans cannot do. And they are kind of at war, at slash like kind of in a rebellion against the humans that like has been suppressing them and killing them for a long time. But they have also like done a lot of like hardship against each other, but basically the humans are trying to eradicate them. Oh, could have been compared to things that, I mean, in many fantasy books, but also a lot in real life. Haha, not really funny, but you got what I meant. But either way, and then she is now infiltrating the castle for like one of the four kingdoms, where she's marrying the prince because she killed like his actual fiance, and then she's like gonna get information for where her sister is, who has been trapped for a year, and then also like in general just kill the royal family and like give information to these warriors, people that are against them as well. And then she gets feeling for the prince, which I thought was the stupidest part of the book, because like he was just like a bit kind and like not as, you know, terrible as his father. Like he didn't maybe want to kill everyone, he was just like, yeah, more thoughtful. And she's like, oh my god, he's so thoughtful, and now I kind of like him, he's really handsome and thinks twice. I'm like, so as an example, just because I met one person that was like not super racist but still had benefited for that for a long time, and like I wouldn't just like instantly fall in love with him. That's what I was trying to say here. Like I would still be hesitant because he's still part of this royal family, and you don't really know where his loyalties will lie when all comes to show. But apparently their love can conquer all after knowing each other for like 4 days. Not actually 4 days, but like 4 seconds. I just thought like the whole love part, that was like the least disbelieving part of the plot, because I do think that it would have taken so much more for these two characters to actually feel for each other, which is ironic of like some of the books that are being criticized now. And like, hello, we were reading this stuff a long time ago. But point being, it was still kind of enjoyable. I thought it was interesting to see like where would this would play out, even though we all kind of knew it was going to go to hell. And then I thought it was interesting like with the rune magic, etc., because our main character cannot do any rune magic. So she's kind of like, she's with them, but they have this weakness, but she doesn't obviously have this weakness. And I was waiting kind of for her to like get this magic, but so far she seems magicless. Not to like spoil anything. I mean, is that a spoiler? I'm sorry. But yeah, and like the writing was a really light, really easy read. It was easy to get into. Obviously could have been much better world building, better language. That this romance is not what like, because it affects so many people. Like people, you know, die, and I was gonna say like they had died to fight this fight on both sides, and both of them be like, but she kind of pretty though, I want to kiss her. And I feel like, I don't know, but at the same time, it's obviously good. It's like a thing, you know, I've been reading about this lately, where like if you actually get a friend from like the other group that you're an enemy with, you will actually be really affected by that. So I guess in that sense it is realistic, but I don't know, it was the thing that was bugging me, and there was a lot of focus on that. So, like, not fantastic, but still enjoyable. I was entertained. I want to see where the story will go. I noticed, like, a whole trilogy, and I'm like, dang, do I need to read them all? And obviously, it didn't take me long to read. But I was just like, this was kind of entertaining. Like, my enjoyment wasn't, like, on the bottom, like, with the glittering court. And I'm giving it a 3. I'm giving it a solid 3, even though, obviously, I have my critiques of it, and I could talk more about it. But this vlog is really, really long, so we need to move on. And the next book I'm reading is Ivory and Bone by Amy someone, I think. Theory, I should have read that yesterday. But I have not. So we are just dealing. And it's not even by someone named Amy. That was the book we just read. It is by Julie Ashbaugh. So this cover is like, I thought it was really pretty. And then I just see says like, is that like a S on like a plate that has some water on it? I don't know what's going on. But yeah, I'm reading that tomorrow. So I'll let you know thoughts. I have no idea what it's about. I don't actually think I've seen it before either. But let's go. My arm is now tired of holding this camera, so see you tomorrow. It is a new morning. Excuse me. And I did last night finish Ivory and Bone. This one is kind of, I was gonna say like a hunter tribes kind of story, where like there is mammoths and like other Asian creatures. There was what's it called, bisons, because they're also extinct. And then there was like different drama between the tribes, like some have killed each other, some have not killed each other, etc. I'm gonna say it felt like Ice Agey, but they're not, so I'm not sure. But they basically have a character who's telling the story to another character after it happened. He's saying like, you were here, you were here, you were here, but then that kind of just stops at the point in the book, I felt like. So that was a bit weird. And there was a lot of characters from the different tribes, and people were related and people were leaders, and I was just like, I found myself not caring about any of them. So then I had a hard time, I guess, having an overview of all the characters and where they come from and who was loyal to who at a point. And it was just very boring. It wasn't interesting. You just went out hunting, went home, there was some drama. They went out hunting. They fell in the like the water like 16 times about to freeze to death, and I was like, really? That was kind of this romance thing that I didn't care about. Although I just didn't care about the story, there was nothing engaging in it. I don't think that it was an interesting book. It reminded me at times of, what's it called? Sky in the D by Adriana Young. Maybe the girl who came from the sea or something. That series. I read those, which were fine books, but it reminded me a bit of the vibes. But those were more exciting and a bit like more actionful, but this was just very boring. So yeah, I just kind of didn't care at all about anything. So I gave it like a 2-star because I didn't hate it. I don't think it was a bad book. It was just a boring book for me. I also just like a note, super randomly noticed that in this one and in Ruin, they both had like a random gay side character where it was just like, no, they have a partner, or like, oh yeah, that's my boyfriend, or something. And it's just really interesting to see how, like, I was gonna say queer rep was in books back then, because there was always just like a random like queer rep on the side. But now there is more, I guess, main characters for queer rep, I guess. But I guess it's better than nothing. But at the same time, I was just a bit like, this is so random. But obviously, it's better to have that in there to be acceptable of it and inclusive of it, and not having any at all. But yeah, it was like this in Ruined and in this one. Maybe another one as well. In Glittering Court, I felt like they talked about it. I don't remember. Oh, the next book. I need to get it actually. I forgot it. The next one was one book I had to buy because it's actually indie published, and the ebook was not available anymore. You couldn't get, as I said, the ebook, or I couldn't get it out of the library, etc. Like all the libraries I have access to. I bought it used off Amazon, and it is Inherited by Frida Matthews. And this this is signed for Lauren, so I'm not Lauren, but it was just a bit funny to me. It's actually in a really good condition, and I got it like quite cheap because the editions that I found were really expensive, and then someone told me that there was one on Amazon, so it's fine. And this is actually by Off Tomes Publishing, which I actually have a couple of other releases for as well. I do believe that there was a Fairyloot box that I got later where you got 2 books, and one of them was from Off Tomes, but that was like not the main book for that month, so I'm not going to read that for this vlog because it was kind of just a bonus book. But like, so I have collab with them later, and I have other books from that publishing, so it is like a indie publisher. Do I know anything about this? Absolutely not. But it was a one book I had to buy to complete this vlog because it's not published anymore. It is 500 pages, but like, granted, it's not that much text on each side. But wish me luck today, because I am not reading a book a day. Like, I'm not reading 2 books a day like I wanted to. So now everything is taking really long. But life. So yeah, okay. See you soon. Hello. So I did finish, finally, Inherited. I used 2 days on this because I just didn't want to read it. And now I'm very, very much even more behind than I already was, but it's fine. I don't even know how to describe this. We have kind of like pirates, and then we are on this ship where everything is equal. So we don't care about people's skin color or their gender or their age. That's what literally they said at least 3 times. And I was like, stop saying this. It's not going to solve anything. Even though they're equal on this ship, when they go out in the world, when they stop in places, they are going to be discriminated against. And then what are the good people on the ship going to do? That I haven't actually learned anything about the differences of the people that they are living with. They're just like, oh, but we are equal here. Sorry, it really pissed me off. Either way. And then we have like these different heirs to this kingdom thing. And they're going to come together. And I just like, I didn't care. It wasn't written really well. I tried to keep my attention up for this story, but it was not it. And I'm very, I don't know if I was going to say disappointed, but the prologue was great. And I started to talk about this equal ship. And I like every single character was uninteresting. The romance were really uninteresting. And I just didn't enjoy myself. And it was way too long. And I wanted it to be over. I didn't rate it on Goodreads and like Storygraph because I feel really bad giving things 1 star when they have like 48 ratings. But if I was going to give it a rating, I would give it a 1 star. For this purpose of this video, it gets a 1 star. So I'm gonna put it over there and forget it existed. The next book that I was going to read, sorry, why are you like this? Then would have been Nevernight by J. Kristoff. So this one I already read a couple of years ago. I actually read the whole series and I'm not gonna reread it again for this video. It is a quite popular series and I feel like most people know about it in the fantasy community. I know that J. Kristoff is now releasing The Empire of the Vampire, which is basically, I heard, the same as Nevernight, just with vampires. I feel like adult boys instead of like following a young teenage girl. We have Mia, I actually remember her name, who is 16 and she's an assassin. And then we have different dual timelines where we go back to like how she became an assassin, and then like her going to school or like being an assassin, and then like back in time of like what happened when she grew up, because she is part of this. Is that a spoiler? I need to think actually. It doesn't actually say, but let's just say that like she lost everything, she lost her family, and she's out for revenge and needs to learn it through this school. So it's basically like an assassin school, but like I thought that when I read this first book, it was really fun. I really enjoyed school settings in general. I enjoyed going there and like the different classes and learning stuff and the different characters. I thought it was fun to have like a bisexual main character as well. And I just like the writing was really like rough and cool, and I enjoyed actually Nevernight a lot when I read it. I feel like I enjoyed the second book too, and the third book I was just like also excited, but I don't think that I was blown away by it, but I enjoyed it. And now it's been a couple of years, and I personally don't want to read more J. Kristoff, but I'm keeping these just because I think they're very pretty books, and like you can't get the UK hardcovers anymore, and like yeah, I have a special edition of the third one. At the time when I read Nevernight, I gave it, I think, a 4. And then I don't know how I read it now, but I guess I'm going to rate it away from that. I feel like I could still enjoy the book for what it was, even though it takes a bit while to get into the writing, I guess. But I guess we're going to put it in a 4. Because, like, it is a solid read, personal feelings aside. So I enjoyed it for what it was at the time. One book I didn't need to read for this vlog, which we love to see for myself. I also started on the bottom of the list. I started with some audio from like the things on the bottom, so I'm hoping to meet in the middle to like boost myself with at least like 2 to 4 audiobooks depending until I get down there, so that like there's less for me to like read physically, because this is taking a bit more time than I thought it would. I guess I would just either film a clip and insert it later so we go in order, or just like actually talk about the book when I finish it. When we get there or something. I only so far listened to 1 hour of one audiobook, so it's not like the progress there is going well either. The next read is Vasa in the Night by Sarah Porter. I feel like I had this also on my wish list for a long while and I want to get it for a long time, and then I never did. I'm gonna try to read this today. It's quite much shorter than Inherited, and then hopefully I will actually eventually get to 2 a day, but now I'm very behind. So it's fine. It's fine. I just need to stop wanting to do other stuff. It's fine. See you soon. Oh my god, it has been actually a few days. I used like 4 days finishing Vasa in the Night because I just didn't apparently want to read anymore in general. I don't know how much it affected my job with my book, but probably a lot. This one is really hard to describe because it's really like bizarre and like chaotic. A bit almost, you could say, middle grade vibes. I saw someone compare it to Neil Gaiman, which I feel like is very correct. And I have like a bit of like, I enjoy some Neil Gaiman a lot, and then some I didn't like at all. And this one I fell in the place where I didn't really like it. It was just so many like chaotic events that like are supposed to feel magical and fun. But for me, I didn't really care for anything. I didn't see the magic in the story for me. It just didn't work as like a good, well put together story for me. I saw that there was a retelling of a like Russian folk tale, or like a known Russian story or something, just that this is set in Brooklyn instead. And I don't know if I heard about this Russian story, at least not the original title. Maybe I've seen other Vasilisa the Beautiful. I feel like maybe I heard about it before, but I don't remember right now like what the original tale actually entails. And I just like it didn't work for me. Like I didn't really enjoy myself at all. I've just felt it was very like it was supposed to be magical and beautiful and like retelling kind of fun adventure thing, and I was just like, I don't care. So maybe that's why I was in a slump for 4 days. I've only been reading buttery pages in my butter reads. Maybe a few years ago I would have enjoyed it, but I didn't now at all. My enjoyment was like 0. So I give it 2 stars because no enjoyment, even though definitely maybe some magicalness in the story I could see. So it doesn't deserve 1 star, but not for me, not for me, and I am a bit sad about it. Now I'm going to start in the next one, which is Metal Town, which I just feel like is a really funny title for some reason, by Kristen Simmons. I feel like Kristen Simmons, is that the author who's writing some books with Sarah Rosh, which is Sarah Rosh is another author that is in A Fairyloot later. I actually read before, but I don't know what this is about. I just peeked through like the ebook a bit to see how many pages it was, and there seems to be 3 point of views. Maybe it's a triangle drama, and yeah, and like that. I haven't mentioned the themes here, and I don't know if I'm gonna pop them on the screen yet. But like the theme for that box was Steampunk Rebellion, so maybe it's like since it's Metal Town, it is like a bit steampunky, I assume. But I'm gonna start it now. I want to finish it today, but I've been saying that for like every single book here in this vlog, so we shall see if that actually happens. Okay, so I finished Metal Town by Kristen Simmons, which is a miracle kind of in itself, considering how I am doing with reading lately. And this was not for me at all. I feel like it's definitely a sort of YA of its time. We have a bit of industrialism in this, so it's kind of like a dystopia where people live in this town and they work in these factories and they all have it shit basically, and then they start hoping and protesting and working against this that is basically created to stardom and, well, not, I was going to say care for them at all. We have 3 point of views. One of them is, for example, a daughter of a factory owner and she needs to step up for her family, but will she step up for her family or for the workers, etc. And then we have another dude who, I was gonna say, works a bit in the underground, helping families that are struggling, and a lost girl that has a secret past, maybe we can say. And I just like, I didn't really care for anything. I was quite bored, to be honest. They were so like, oh, we need to work up, and yeah, I could enjoy this kind of story, you know. Obviously, I love Hunger Games, etc. But it just like it wasn't engaging, it wasn't compelling. I didn't really care for the characters. I didn't really see a good enough world building for me to care about it, and I was just like, this gives me absolutely nothing and makes me care about absolutely nothing, which is a bit sad, but such is life, such is life. I wish I could feel like really attached and be like, oh my god, this was so cool, but it wasn't. And I feel like honestly it's not weird that I'm in a reading slump, because the books in this so far have been rough. It's been rough. I think Ruined was like the most entertaining one, if that's the one I remember, so apparently. And like obviously we don't count Nevernight since I didn't reread that. I feel like it's so weird actually if I think about the picks for Fairyloot so far. We have all of these like very YA picks, and then we have Nevernight, which obviously is YA, but I just feel like the roughness of that, how that is written, is just very different in vibes from these other books. So that is actually very interesting to think about. Also, I gave Metal Town 2 stars. And then we're going to start the next book, which is Nemesis by Anna Banks. It is Banks, actually. This one I have seen the cover of for years, and I remember people really talked about it when it came out, because it was like blackfishing with the cover, because it looked like the main character is black, but I do believe that she's not. But the design it so it looks like she is, as you can see. And I remember I got a lot of criticism for that, and I was like, okay, I'm never gonna read that book. But here we are. I didn't buy it, at least. I actually don't know what this is about, but it seems to be about like badass female character in the lead. So we shall see what it gives. We shall see. Will it give more than the others? Who knows? Okay, so I finished Nemesis, and Nemesis is basically about this princess who is a lost forger in this world of different kingdoms, and forgers can make this really valuable resource metal whatever you want to call it. She runs away because she doesn't want her father to use her, and this basically goes into the Enemy Kingdom, where we have Tariq, who has just taken over the throne after his father died. He's a pretty new king, and then they meet, etc. And I was gonna say basically also falls in love because it is a YA fantasy, which is why it's called Nemesis, because they're kind of enemies, nemesis, and yeah. And I just found it to be so generic and boring, and it just had nothing in it that I found interesting. And I just honestly did not have a good time at all. Like, the writing wasn't good for me. The characters were super uninteresting. The politics just gave me nothing. And this whole vlog is not going well, and I feel really bad for anyone watching and seeing me suffer. So I just decided to give it 1 star. Is it the first 1 star for this vlog? Maybe. But I guess just the more miserable I feel for reading these books for this vlog, the like less kinder I become. I'm so sorry. It just had absolutely nothing in it I was interested in. And it just felt like the most like generic thing in the world, and I just didn't enjoy myself. Maybe like 5 years ago I could have rated it higher, but I just like did not care, and I want to move on, and I'm sorry. I'm not actually sorry, but I'm a bit sorry. The next book I need to read is Flashfall by Jenny Moyer. And I do believe that this one I couldn't get hold on Libby or anywhere else. I need to buy the Kindle, which is... that hurts me, but it's fine. I will deal. I will just buy it because I don't want it physically. Don't know obviously anything about the plot or anything like that, but I'm just hoping it is better than Nemesis, and then I will be good. So I'll report back to you however that goes. Hello. I did the other day finish Flashfall by Jenny Moyer. And this one is... was it a sci-fi actually? I mean, I got like sci-fi vibes from it, more like a dystopia once again. And we have a main character who lived in these mines, and the mine is really like important mineral, but they get exposed to like radiation when they're down there, and they kind of have like these what's it called, like things that like measured how much radiation they had been exposed to, and when they had been exposed to so and so much, the status turned to like red, and then like they knew they were gonna die soon, and they realized that this society is maybe not amazing, so like a rebellion starts out, like any other dystopia ever. I mean, often obviously dystopias are meant to be like a commentary to our society and like a revolution that therefore needs to happen for a change to happen. So I do get that. But in my head, the way that you set up the world, and like you need to have a compelling story for us to care about these people. But obviously you can obviously care about like the world being wrong without directly caring about the people on the page. But just this didn't give either, honestly. I just like didn't care about these characters. I read many more dystopias that I found more interesting. It didn't stick with me. I can't believe I had to pay for this book. And I'm just feeling like right now, for the books I've read so far, everything is just like blending a bit together. It's just like the kind of how this genre was. Well, like, where are we right now? January 2017. So like all of this, you know, was written in like 2016, 2015, however long it took to publication. And it was a certain thing that was trending then, a certain thing that was popular then. So I do get them being very similar. But it's just really, really weird to reflect upon like how the books were then and how the books are now. If I can even compare it. Different kind of market altogether. But honestly, this was not it. I gave it 2 stars. I didn't hate it. Like, it's not like the worst book ever, but there was just nothing about it that was compelling enough for me to actually remember it in time to come in the future. The next book that I would have to read is actually Caraval by Stephanie Garber. This is the actually January 2017. The last one was December, which you would know if I pop it on the screen. And Caraval is a very popular book. It's been popular for many, many years. It's one of the books, if I remember correctly at the time, that got a lot of special editions. Like, it had several editions, at least like the UK one. It was like one of the first one I got that was like really hyped. And now that is super normal in a way. Because I remember like the UK edition had like a, what's it called, like different like stuff under the dust jacket. This is very dusty for some reason. It's been on my floor for about like half a year because I'm very much considering unhauling it, but I need to read the rest of the series before I do so. I read this first one, and I haven't continued in 2019. I remember this very specifically because I was living in Japan at the time, and I remember like reading it when I was in Japan. It follows like this like magical, really exclusive like carnival that shows up, and then you play a game when you go there, but you need like an exclusive invitation. And we have these two sisters that gets the invitation. And the whole book you're kind of waiting for kind of some kind of reveal or explanation, because we have all of like these random events that I'm sitting here like, is that part of the game or is it real? Because I feel like that is kind of the point of the story. But then it just doesn't need together. It doesn't come together in a way that I expected the story to go. And then I was just sitting left with nothing. I was sitting there with characters I didn't care for. And I was just like, this is it. This is like the most hype book ever. And I got absolutely nothing out of it. I, at the time, gave it 3 stars because I feel like I liked parts of it. As time has passed, I just kind of liked it less and less. And now it's been 5 years. It doesn't stand as a book that is like highly on my mind. But yeah, I'm obviously not going to reread it for this vlog. But this is like the thoughts I had then and the thoughts I have now. I feel like aligned. But like, put it in our thing. Obviously, as I'm not going to reread it, and like I had certain feelings then, and like thinking about it, I have developed in 5 years in my reading taste, but I feel the same as I did then as now, maybe just like a bit less. So I gave it 3 stars at the time. I feel like it's maybe would be a 2 now, but we could put it in 3 because granted the writing here is better than in a lot of the other books I read for this vlog. But yeah, so that was quick thoughts on Carol. I don't even have the Fairyloot edition. They bought the US one. And I always intended, for some stupid reason, to buy the UK one. And then I never did, and then it went out of print, which is might as well is good now. So yeah, with that in mind, we can move already on to the next one, which kind of is amazing. And the next one is Empress of a Thousand Skies by Rhoda Belleza, which I have owned probably since 2017. Honestly, this is a TBR veteran, and I owned it for years and years and years. I feel like I bought it because I saw maybe being in a Fairyloot. I don't know. But like it was like a talked about book at the time. It is maybe, as you can tell, a sci-fi. And I was very excited for it, obviously, when I bought it. How many years ago is 2017? 6 years ago? Now, sitting here, I'm like, will I care about a single thing in this book? I guess we are going to find out right now because I'm going to read it. But yeah, it's a bit fun to actually read a book on my TBR. And I even have the sequel. It is a duology. And I bought a sequel because at the time I was just like, that's how I did stuff. Great job, Sandra. And I guess I'm going to go and read it. I'll let you know what I think. Do I know the plot? Absolutely not. But let's go. Hello, hello. I have now finished Empress of a Thousand Skies. And it is like in a sci-fi universe. The whole book, I will be honest, made me miss Imperial Arch, which I read like in April, May. Because just like the sci-fi-ness of it reminded me of it. Just like not good, but it reminded me of it and made me miss that world. And I'm like, I want to read Imperial Arch now. So that was the thought I had. We have this princess who's gonna get her throne after her family died a couple of years ago. She is instead, like, they try to assassinate her instead, and she goes kind of on the run. And then she's, like, I don't know, seen as really, like, naive, etc., etc. I'm just trying to see. And, like, weak. And it's really weird because, like, she has her whole life trying to take a revenge for her family. But I still found her very weak. And that sounds rude because no one is weak in that way. I just meant, like, I found her quite stupid considering, like, she's had this plan for all these years. And then, like, I still found her like, I don't care about you in a way. I guess like she's supposed to be like secretly badass, but it just didn't come across that well for me. But yeah, so I didn't love it once again. I feel like the world building was lacking. I also didn't care for this world. We also have another point of view for someone called Ali, who's kind of like, I was gonna say almost like a rebel, and he gets like blamed for like trying to assassinate her. He's like literally in this show. And I was like, it was weird. I was just seeing the synopsis, like how they describe this book. It says, for fans of the Lunar Chronicles and Red Rising, it's like for do they just take like the most like popular sci-fis and just put it in the synopsis? But yeah, so like again, I didn't like hate it, but like it didn't really give anything. Maybe I would have enjoyed it more a couple of years ago once again, but like I was just sitting here with like, what did it do? What did it give? Nothing really. Like the characters were not compelling. The world was not compelling. I didn't really care for to see how this played out. There was this one reveal in the end that I was kind of thinking really early on. I was like, is this a thing? And then it was a thing. And I was like, okay. So I do wonder slightly how that will be in the sequel, which I do own, so I guess I will read it before probably unhauling this, which is almost a bit sad since I owned it for so many years. But like, it didn't give me anything. I didn't care for anything, so why would I keep it, you know? I guess I should give this a 2 as well. I did consider a 3, but then, because like at parts I enjoyed the easy writing, but then I was just thinking about it more like, what did I like it? Did I enjoy it? Did I care for anything? No. But like at times I just chilled with the writing, but I wouldn't actually say that the writing was good. So I'm giving it a 2. And I feel bad, man. I feel bad for every single book in this vlog so far. However, the next pick for Fairyloot, which was the next month, obviously March, was the Myths and Monsters box, which was Stranger Dreamer by Laini Taylor. If you've been on my channel for a while, you know that Stranger Dreamer and its sequel, Muse of Nightmares, is one of my favorite books of all time. I actually have a full video on my channel where I started a new series and I only posted one in that series, where I talk about why favorites are my favorites, and Stranger Dreamer was the first one I did in that, the first and only. I'm not going to reread it here, but I have read it twice. And I would definitely like reread it again. But this one follows Laszlo Strange, who is obsessed with this city called Weep that kind of disappeared from everyone's minds when he was like a teenager. And he's obsessed with like the mystery of how this city disappeared, how that is possible. And then he gets a chance to go there because it turns out that this city is indeed real. And we find out like the secrets of this city. It is a story of healing from trauma, among them like sexual like assault trauma, but also just the trauma of sorrows of being in a society that's enslaved you, and it is just the healing from like loss, etc. And it has some of the most beautiful writing I have read in my life. My main complaint of the story is that it's very insta-lovey. And then you're sitting there like, why do these characters love each other? But then you kind of just on a roll for these characters. There are some twists in here, especially with like some of the characters and how they act. And then like you get more into depth of like the characters and their relationships and their history that like I don't think I can compare that much. And like when all comes together, when all plays out, it is just so close to my heart. I give it 5 stars like both of the times I read it. It is truly like one of my favorite things of all time. So like that being in a vlog is obviously like a bit of a cheat of what would be a fave. But obviously I still need to talk about it. I actually pull out the UK edition that I have. This is actually, ironically enough, the Illumicrate edition, because I didn't get the Fairyloot box. I did have the Fairyloot box at this time. I know that people like fought tooth and nail to get that, because like the first print of these had blue spread edges in the UK ones, and then like they went out of print and everyone was like, ah. And then Illumicrate did a reprint with the gold and the silver, so I got those later because I just wanted a UK cover in hardcover, honestly. I have 2 other sets of it because like again it's one of my favorite books, so like again a bit unfair that it is here, but it's just really weird again when I think about it. Like if you think about the books that have been here so far, it's just like a lot of like genericness. In my opinion, it's a lot of like generic books all together, like smashed together and like very forgettable. And then we have like Stranger Dreamer, which for me is like a masterpiece of a story, which obviously is just up to interpretation and taste and personal preferences. And I just think it's so weird to like group this book, which means so much to me in different ways, with all these other that like has meant absolutely nothing to me. It's really weird, like grouping, for in my opinion. I just feel like in the time that Stranger Dreamer was published, if you think about like what's trending, what people trying to copy, what people are doing in these other fantasy and sci-fi books that I've been reading so far, I do think that Stranger Dreamer does it much better. The world building, the writing, the characters, the like one of my favorite things in the world is plot twist, and I feel like Stranger Dreamer and Muse of Nightmares had some incredible ones. And yeah, still stands on one of my favorites because I actually reread it last year, at least the second one, and I was almost crying. So like it's not a love that has gone away over the years. The birds are singing very loudly. So again, the one book I didn't have to read for this vlog though, which I'm kind of happy about, because I feel like this vlog is long, but we will be here for a while. And then the next one is Given to the Sea by Mindy McGinnings. Is this a mermaid thing? because it's called Given to the Sea. I just have a feeling it's a mermaid thing. I haven't read any beginnings before, but I heard about this book. I remember people talked about it and buzzed around. This is the time of my life where I was like, had a lot of attention on new releases and like things trending, etc. So like a lot of these I know about. Clearly not all of the first ones, but like in this area of my time in my life. Not later, I have no idea. I'm gonna try to read it now tonight as well, and I shall let you know how it goes. I remember wanting this, and I heard good things about mini beginnings. I'm struggling with the sounds in that name. So we shall see if it keeps up to what I think. Hopefully it does. Let's go. I finished Given to the Sea. It was very interesting. I need to check the synopsis for this actually to see that what does it actually say it is about, honestly. Okay, so that is what I thought it was about, because I was like, is this really the plot of this book? Because I thought it was bizarre, because it is like, we said in this world where there's like a girl that is given to the sea as kind of a sacrifice, and she's called like the Given. But before she can be given to the sea, she can choose a mate, she can choose her own mate, to then get an heir. I don't really know why, but it is the thing. So I always like the children, the ones that like needs to be given. I didn't really get it. Whatever. And we also have like other point of views that like are in this court. Among them like the prince kinda that starts liking her, and then like some other characters that I honestly didn't care about. And then it's like, oh, but do you really need to be given? Because I love you. And I'm like, okay. So actually at first I kind of liked the writing. I was like kind of into the story. I was like, this is interesting. Then the whole like ear making baby part was really weird. There was like a part where someone literally suggested to another character be like, can't you just like rape her and then we get an heir? And I'm like, but obviously that was not supposed to be looked upon as a good thing, but still I was like, what is going on right now? And I thought that the book wasn't that bad at parts. I was just like, okay, yeah, this is interesting. A bit like she's gonna be sacrificed, blah, 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 blah. However, when I finished the book, I was like, I feel like I could give it a 3. And then I went into just to look at reviews to see what people were saying. And I saw one review from a person who gave it 1 star that said like, I literally cared about nothing. There was nothing interested in this book. I didn't care for a single character or anything. And I was like, I agree with that. So why would I give it 3 stars? It was just like, my brain was tricked because the writing in this, as like the sentences were slightly better in the other ones that I read, that my brain went to like, oh, that's a 3 star. I feel like definitely Sandra just like not that long ago would give it a 3 star, because like in a part of me just didn't hate it. I just didn't care for anything. And I just like, it could have been interesting with many, many different parts. Obviously, I've read other books where like they need to sacrifice someone and blah, 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 different reasons. But this was just not it at all. And I didn't care for their relationship. I didn't care for like if this person was going to be sacrificed or not. It was just super flat and boring, as apparently every other book in this vlog except Strange to Dreamer that doesn't even count. Which means that we now can talk about the next book that I was supposed to read, which is Flame in the Mist by Renee Ahdieh. Now I have read a couple of Renee Ahdieh, and there's this history with me and this author is that I think that every concept this author writes is super, super fascinating, but the execution is always just very not complex enough for me to love the book, but I still rate every single book highly because I still enjoy myself. Does that make any sense? Like the concept is cool, but the book doesn't live up to the concept, but I still enjoy the book. Like Beautiful, like was made into just like super cool, sexy, like vampire thing, and it's just not it, but I still enjoyed it. And this is a like set in a like Japanese inspired world, and we have Mariko, who is supposed to go and marry. A lot of like marriage stuff in these YAs for some reason. But then they get attacked when she's on her way to get married to like the Emperor's son, and then she lives with these like kind of rebel like clan out in the forest for a while, and basically just evolves as a character there. She can be very juvenile and stupid at times, and you kind of want to be like, oh my god, can you just get your shit together? But then she grows a bit on you. I remember reading this. Did I also read this when I was in Japan? I feel like I'm not 100% sure, but I read this, and I also read a sequel, which is a duology, so I actually finished this whole thing as well, and I enjoyed it. I remember I didn't love the sequel as much as this first one, but as time has passed, I feel like our main character is very annoying, but it's just like kind of fun relationship with this like grumpy samurai and different stuff like that I enjoyed. So like parts of me think that I enjoy parts of this, And I gave it a 4 when I read it. I feel like now it would be a 3. That is what I got to say, at least. And I was just like very hyped because it was like Japanese inspired, etc. Obviously, Renee Adea doesn't come from a Japanese background. Doesn't mean that she couldn't write it, but like it's the thing to think about as well. And like it's fun and quick and like a wife fantasy, etc. But like not the best ever. But like I still like this more than a lot of the other things here. So now I'm like, maybe it is a 4. Maybe it could go up to 4 because it's honestly better than a lot of the other books here. But then I'm like, but it's not actually that good. So it can go to the 3 again. So yeah, a 3 for this. But I already read it, so we can move on to the next book again, which is what we enjoy. And that is Roar by Cora Carmack. This one I heard about. It says was for the Elementalist box. So I think that this has to do with elemental magic, or like I think like the storm magic. I honestly don't even know. And I see the cover. This YA cover here was like, it's like the cover of all YA fantasy of this time, and I love it, but also like I don't love it. And I always wanted to read this as well, and I never got to it. So now I will, and I have just, at this point I just feel like I'm not going to care about anything. So let's go. Hello. I didn't update this for a few days because I got sick. You can still hear it. I am still a bit sick, but then I read a lot for this vlog because I've been sick. Not as much as I would like, because yesterday my eyes were running so much I couldn't see, so then I couldn't read anyway. But still like a couple of books in progress. And then I was planning to just update when I was not feeling as sick anymore, but realizing now how long this update will be, I thought that at least I would be kind to myself and kind of split it in two. So last time you saw me, I said I was going to read Roar, which I did, and I just don't know about all of these books to just blend together in the regard that they all are about like they either have power, they either royal or like something, and then I just like realize something about the world and then they go on. And I feel like in theory it should be interesting, but it is just not, because none of them do it in such a way that makes me invested enough in the story and the characters and the world for me to like care that they realize stuff. I don't know how to describe it, but Roar, at least for our main character, who is named Aurora, people call her Aurora, and then when she accidentally almost said her name to like these underground place, she said Roar, and then she was just called Roar because she didn't want to say her full name, because she was there trying to kind of escape this marriage because she's a princess and she doesn't want to marry this dude who's big and scary. And then we are in this world where people have like kind of storm powers, and she does not have any. She cannot connect with that magic, and then she's struggling with that, and then she's in this underground, and then she falls for this dude, and I was like, I don't care. I don't care about the story. The writing is not good enough. The characters are not good enough. I just don't care. I didn't hate it. I don't think I ever hated any of these books. I just don't care about anything because it's just written in a way that like, I don't care. So I gave it 2 stars, and honestly, I should probably talk longer about all of these books. I probably have more thoughts. When I'm reading, I'm like, oh, I should say this. And then I just like, in the end, I just don't care so much that I don't even care to tell you. Which is really sad because I do wish that I cared. You know? So that was Roar. And then I read Daughter of the Burning City, which I have owned for years. As you can see, I had to dig out this copy from like behind my shelves because apparently I hidden it away, and it is now going to be on hold because honestly, I gave this 1 star. So this one follows our main character who works kind of, I don't even know if it's a circus, but she works in this place with performances in the city that moves, and she has illusions, and these illusions are kind of alive, and then they get killed, and then she starts to investigate it into like what is killing them, obviously, which is I guess fair. She wants to figure that out, and then it's more of a murder mystery than like any focus on the fantasy at all. And then she meets this dude that she's horny on, and then that was the same in Wars. All these romances that just don't mean anything, it just makes the story even worse than it already is. But either way, she's just like investigating into this thing. I knew who the killer was from chapter 2, which makes the whole story kind of boring. And then we were revealing who the killer was, and I was like, great. So granted, I don't think it's necessarily the book's itself fault, but just like, since the murder mystery is such a big focus of the story, and I knew who the murderer was like from page 20, it was kind of boring. And then it was just like the whole thing with the illusions, I didn't get it. I get that we were trying to like care for them, and like it was her family or whatever, blah, 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 blah. But I just didn't get like, what was she creating it from? I guess they were trying to explain it, but it made me uncomfortable in a way that like, I
I don't know how to describe it, but I was just like, and then we revealed the killer, and then we were like, oh my god, and I was just like, this is a one-star book. I absolutely did not like it. Would I like it a few years ago? Maybe, but it just like it didn't catch for me at all. And I read the other book by Amanda Foody, which is called Ace of Spades. Is that what it's called? Or is that for read a book? Are the name the same? I do think so. And I just kind of hated that one as well. So I just do think that the author writes in a way that I don't care for at all. So goodbye, book. Goodbye. See you never again. And then yesterday I read Wicked Like a Wildfire, or I struggle, by Lana Popovic. And this one follows the siblings that are born completely at the same time. They have like magical abilities, and then the mother has been warning them all their life to use them, and they're like, why? And then like, my mother is abusive. And then the mother dies, but she's not dead. She's like in between states, and then they like, well, I'm trying to figure out what is wrong with her. The funny thing is that the love interest in Wicked Like Wildfire is named Luce, or Luke, Luce. And then the love interest in Dawn of the Burning City was also named Luke, or Luce. I don't even know how to pronounce it. I was gonna see, like, they kind of had it. They was the same name, but it was spelled differently. Can I not find a single place where they spell their name? Come on, they said their name like every 4 sentences, and now I can't find a single one. Luca. Sorry, it's not Luce. It was Luca, so it was Luca here with a C, and then in the next one it was Luca with a K. And I just thought that was hilarious in itself. I'm literally reading the same book over and over. But yeah, then she realizes stuff in Wicked Like Wildfire about like her magic and blah 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 blah, and like why her mother was acting this way. Look, realizing stuff, blah 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 blah. Dawn of the Burning City was at least a standalone. We can have that, so it was over. While like War and Wicked Like a Wildfire, and they're like in cliffhanger, so we will be interested in the next book, and I'm just not. But yeah, Wicked Like a Wildfire, I was trying to think like, did I like it? Did I enjoy myself? Did it have anything in it that was interesting? And it was interesting for 4 seconds when like we had a whole sibling thing, but just the way it was written, the way it was just so slow and nothing was happening for like 400 pages. I was like, okay, this is a 1-star as well. I feel like I just lost all my patience. I feel a bit bad for these books because maybe they aren't necessarily as bad as I think they are. They just don't have anything in them to pull me in, and therefore they just get 1 star at this point because I'm not interested in anything I'm reading. However, then I read, I think it's on the floor somewhere, Even in the Darkest Stars by Heather Favsett. This one I actually got from my friend Andrea, who didn't want it anymore, so it's like a used copy. And I always wanted to read it because I knew it was in a Fairyloot. I also know that it was a polar fantasy. And in this one, we have a main character. I don't even know how to describe it really well. I'm bad at describing plots, so I'll just blend together. But she wants to be the Emperor's Royal Explorer, which is like people go out and like map the world in a way. And then they go out on this exploration thingy with one of the Emperor's Explorer that has shown up. We basically just are in like a journey quest thing, not actually even a quest, but we are just like journeying through the wilderness and journeying through like ice and snow and stuff. Partly interesting, but then we got into like the more grit of like the plot where we met other people and certain things were happening, which I obviously don't want to tell you because that's a spoiler. And then I ended up with I don't care again. The plot twist that we got, I was just like, I don't care. I found the writing a bit more enjoyable, but it's really just a long book where we're just walking through snow, and there's just like weird like woman thingy where she kind of likes the royal explorer they're traveling with, and then also kind of her ex is kind of still horny on her, and then she's just like, and yeah, so that was like a whole like side plot thing that I just didn't care for. So I was just like, why are these romances so terrible? I don't know. But because of that, I giving this a 2-star instead of a 1-star. And it's like I was considering 3, like it's more of 2.5, but I'm like rounding up and down here. And I just like I didn't really love it, and I just found the world could have been cool, but just like not enough for me to stay interested. So like a 2-star. A 2-star. I am being very harsh now, I think, because I'm just tired of reading these books, and I feel a bit, again, bad, but I just, like, don't care at this point. So, yeah, that was what we got with that one. And then, the next one is actually A Forest of 1,000 Lanterns by Julie C. Dow. I didn't reread this because I do have the whole series. I read the whole series, and this is actually a Snow White retelling from the Evil Queen's point of view. So it's kind of like the Evil Queen's origin story. And then in the second book, we actually have like kind of following Snow White. And then in the third story, we're just like a completely different tale, but with the characters from the other books. And at the time when I read this, I absolutely loved it. Like, it's one of like the most solid like Asian inspired fantasies, at least of its time. And it's like story that I keep recommending. I just love the kind of way it was retold. I love how you're like following the villain, and yeah, literally the box name is villainous, and I love that. So like, again, why is it that the ones that I actually read, I mean except Caraval apparently, but the ones I read are all the enjoyable ones. So how did Passandra know? How did Passandra know that all the ones I picked up, like this and The Flame in the Mist, I mean that was just an okay book, but Such a Dream, etc. How does Passandra know that those will be the good ones? Because apparently Passandra just knew that all of the others weren't worth it. But yeah, so it's just a really, really cool retelling woven in obviously with like Asian myths, etc. And just I really kind of want to reread it. I don't know if I will enjoy it as much now as like when the first time I read it, but I do definitely believe that it will still be above a 3-star, or like at least it's solid 3. But I am giving it a 4 because that was what I gave it when I first read it, and I feel like I can stand by that now. Every book that is in 4 is just rereads. Am I incorrect? No, I'm not. But yeah, I would still very much recommend. I do think it's such a solid one. I just loved the setting and the way it's written a lot, okay? Then I have also read the next one, which was The Last Namsara by Kristen Cicarelli. This one I just read. I want to see what the synopsis actually says, because we do follow a main character that's been blamed for something all her life, and then she feels like she's owing like her kingdom and her father to make up for it basically, and then she's gonna kill like the first dragon. They're basically dragon hunters, and then she realizes stuff that maybe they shouldn't kill dragons after all. The whole story is like basing itself on like legends, etc. But then it turns out maybe these legends are wrong. How they're looking upon like other, I was gonna say, people. Like there's a lot of like mentions of slavery and like other people being above other people, etc. I found the writing here a bit more interesting. I found the tales a bit more interesting. It's cool because it has dragons, obviously. There is again this, I don't even know if we can call it a romance, but kind of romance thing in that, like, again, why do we have this? It is just not it. And it wasn't compelling. It just like, again, surface level, you know? So I feel like the parts of the story, again, is always a lot like the main character realizing something, finding out the secret. Down of the Burning City, Wicked Like Wildfire and like The Last Namsara all had like the same thing in each book, and I just like it is just so obvious from the get-go, and I just wish that there was more secrets to the story, more like layers to the story. Like I feel like Nevernight Strange to Dreamer, they had layers that makes the story more intriguing. Even like Force of a Thousand Landers, when I think about like a plot twist or like the layers they make, like an onion, make the story more compelling. But here was just like, for me, it's just super obvious from the get-go. That might be because when I read those other books, I wasn't as a experienced reader, that like I couldn't see those things as obvious then as I do now, because now I read so much. That might obviously be it as well, but it's just like it wasn't it. I gave this 2 stars as well, and I just again was bored after a while. I wish it was cooler because the dragons, and I wish like the whole idea of like the tales bearing more truth, etc. than you think is interesting, but not it. So I'm actually about to start my next one, which is Everlast by Sarah Holland. This one I own for years and years and years. It's actually currently lying in my like maybe to on hold pile, and I have a feeling that it will be on hold. This one I bought a long time ago because I knew that the currency in this world is time, so I thought that was very interesting. Do I at this point believe that it's gonna be able to carry through this magic system in a complex and interesting way? Absolutely not. Do I want to be surprised? Absolutely. So yeah, I will start this, and we shall see, like, yeah, but at least I get to read some books that I own for a really, really, really long time, like Dawn of the Burning City, for example. And yeah, I will go back to you as soon as I can. Maybe it will be like another long updates. Yay. Okay, I settled myself into film a long update because I have read a lot of these upcoming books, but I did finish Everlast, which is, as I said, it is a story where we basically, the low society has given and sold away their time so that they basically can live and get food and pay rent, etc. Because the rich people are basically like immortals at this point because they have gotten so much time out of people, which you can kind of give by giving it through your blood. We have a main character that did grow up in like Everlast, which is like nearby with the queen and like the ruling place, etc. They had to escape when she was younger, and now she's coming back there to get work there because you earn more there than like out in the
not royal place. And then her past is coming back to haunt her, basically. She is meeting tragedy pretty early. I don't know actually know what the synopsis said. There's literally a really, really bad synopsis here. But she is just basically just trying to earn to survive and then trying to avoid her past. And then stuff is found out about her because obviously she's special. And then things play out from there. And I just thought it was reminded me a lot of Red Queen, which I saw a lot of other people compare it to actually. And I'm not even a big fan of Red Queen. I think I gave it like 3 stars. Like it's a fine, okay YA fantasy that I got a lot of fans at the time because then YA fantasy was like very popular and like something else. And I know a lot of people really enjoyed this too. I just like didn't care. I feel like the idea of time being in a currency that you can sell it away, that you can like give it away and live off it, and like that's how the people in the society got richer, etc. I did find that very interesting, and I did wish that we were in a more complex place where this could play more in. I just find it funny because like in this at least we kind of had love interests, but it weren't like put off or like represented in the same way as in other white fantasies. So I just thought it was just really, really funny that like they were trying to do something with her love interest and she was like, I don't care in a way. And I don't know. I thought that was really funny. There was supposed to be like really cool plot twists, etc. And like her finding out stuff about herself in this, as in all the other YA fantasies ever. And I didn't care. I wish that I cared more for the magic system and I wish I cared more for this, but I didn't. And now I don't even remember when I rated this like 2 days ago because sickness, I feel like there's been many books since then, but there's literally been one. I think I gave it 2 because I did like the magic system, even though I didn't love what was done with it, if you know what I mean. So yeah, we are moving on because we are going to be here for a while. So then the next book that Fairyloot had in their box was The Cruel Prince by Holly Black. I don't actually have the Fairyloot edition, but I do actually have the Wicked King and the Queen of Nothing in the Fairyloot edition, but I just pull out this because this is in my shelf closest to me. So Cruel Prince is one of my favorite series. Again, I don't understand how we can compare this to all these others here. I just love how Cruel Prince is written. I love the world. I love how it is so immersive. It might just be because I read them all on audio twice, and I just really love how the narrator makes Jude such a really, really good character. And I haven't even said what it's about, but I just assume most people know. The Cruel Prince follows Jude, who's mother and like stepfather is killed by this fairy that was together with her mother and comes for revenge, and then he takes her and her sister and then her other half sister back to fairy to raise them there because now he's responsible for them, and fairy is a very dangerous place for humans, so she has like basically all her life just fought to be alive there because like the magical fairy is very much corrupted and like made to trick in humans and manipulate them basically, and Jude is just trying to survive there. And then there's many plots upon plots, stuff like who's ruling and about her family, and there's especially this Prince Carden that has been very cruel to her all her life, and I just love the story. I love them together, and I definitely think that the first book is the strongest with its plot twist, etc. I do think the second book is a weaker, and the third book is a weaker again, but it's still like the plot twist and like how it plays out is just so fun to me, and I just love this world that she created. Still have not read Stolen Air, but it is like gonna happen. And the first time I read it, I gave this a strong 4, but upon reread I gave it a 5, which I do believe then we have 2 5-star reads in here, but both of them are like favorite books. And I think it's so weird. In my head, it is so weird to go from Everlast to Cruel Prince. And like I read Cruel Prince a couple of years ago as well, and then I reread it like 1 year ago, 1.5 years ago. So like my memories is very fresh of the series. It's not like nostalgic thing I enjoyed a while ago. I just really enjoy it. But I know most people love it. There's also a couple of people that don't because it's not a story for them. So I do get it. It's just divided opinions on book in general. It's what I'm trying to say or something. Next book was The Hazel Wood by Melissa Albert. This one I bought myself and read a couple of years ago, which is kind of like a fairy tale-esque retelling, but it's not really a retelling of everything. I don't remember exactly the plot, but I do believe that her grandmother dies. I'm just like skimming the synopsis here, and then she lived in this like house on like this estate called Hazelwood, and her mother always warned her to never go there, and then she goes there, and I do believe, if I remember correctly, she does fall into this different world that is very like the harsh side of fairy tales, like kind of grim fairy tales, I think. And I remember I really enjoyed the atmosphere and the writing in the beginning, and then I felt like just the story went nowhere, and overall was just very unimpressed and didn't end up enjoying it at the time when I read it. Now I don't remember exactly when I read it, but I do remember I gave it 3 stars at the time. Now if I reread it for this vlog, I do believe
believe I've given it a 2. We take it down in 2 then? I don't know. This is just so complicated of how to rate stuff like now and then, etc. But it is in my on-haul pile. I do believe I'm going to read the sequel to see if I like that more, but I doubt it. So maybe we just should put it down in 2 then. Okay, so last night I did spend all evening, I feel like, to read State of Sorrow by Melinda Salisbury. I spent so long reading this and I don't know why. And it was such a struggle to get it because I couldn't get the Kindle on US Amazon. They didn't let me buy it on the UK Amazon, so I had to buy it on Google Books and then like transfer that to, luckily for me, I had 2 different like reading tablets, so it worked out. But it was just a whole hassle to get it. Starts are really weird because it starts off with like these 2 kingdoms that have been in war for a really long time. And I need to say that the 2 kingdoms had the same first letter in their countries, like an R, and I kept mixing up of what was what, I will be honest there. And they were supposed to sign this peace treaty after being at war for like 50 plus years or something. And then there's this bridge in between their countries. And then when the king goes over with like his son or something, the son, he loses his son because he slips and catches himself instead of his son. And he falls down and dies in like this canvas thing. And then like the whole country has been like in sorrow for this for like the last 18 years. 2 days after this, the queen did give birth to a daughter that is named Sorrow because she says like, oh, she will only bring sorrow or whatever. And then the queen died in the childbirth. So she just grew up with her depressed father that is addicted to this drug, and then she has just been trying to make him love her for the last 18 years, and then also still like living really reclusive in this country because like they kind of just closed off from where they're ruling, so people wouldn't know that the father was addicted to these drugs. And then they just like kind of like tired of him and it's like, you're gonna start taking over now. But then plot twist happened that this person comes forward and is saying that he is her brother and I've been alive all along. And there's like this hair in front of my face that is not going away, so I'm going a bit insane. And it was just my glasses. So there is more. There is much more like plot twist upon plot list coming forward. There was like in the beginning, I thought the story definitely was gonna go a certain way and it never did. The whole story, it's bringing forward a lot of like grief and how to deal with grief and like different ways obviously to be neglected from parents and just like different ways you react to feelings when different things is happening around you. Obviously our main character is like 18 and she is, you know, she's young. There's like much of sex and what like teenagers want to do, but then she also just grows so much into her own and finding like out how she can like help her people in a way, and while at the same time a lot of other political things is happening. So in the beginning, in like the first chapter, I was like, super shocked when this kid died, and then we were introduced to Sorrow and I was like, oh my god, this typical shit once again. And then I just noticed the more I was reading, the more I was immersed into the story, the writing, the characters, the political stuff. I do think that the world building definitely could work a bit with like how magic works, because like the people they are at war with have magical powers, but we never really explain like how that worked and why, etc. So that was a bit like glossed over and I was like, oh, they actually have magical powers, okay. And I do believe obviously those stuff could have been done a bit better, but overall I enjoyed myself. I am as shocked as you because I have been shitting on this whole thing for a long time now. And I just like, I realized that why am I enjoying myself? I asked myself that question comparing it to, you know, the other books I've been reading for this vlog. And I just realized in the end, it was just because I cared for the characters and there was not a stupid side romance that just is there for no reason. So if that, with those elements gone, it was a very enjoyable story. I did think that the writing was very, very strong. I did think like the political intrigue was very interesting, and what stuff was very predictable at times because I was just like, it's obvious. It's like this and this and this. And then sometimes I was even wrong. That made me be like, okay, I'm enjoying myself now. And I didn't even notice I was enjoying myself that much when I was like looking at the time and I was like, oh my god. This book has like, I disappeared from the world. I was so immersed in it. And I haven't been immersed in any of these other books. Except like the ones I already read before that I didn't even reread, you know? I'm just saying that this cover, I do think that represents some sort of like sorrow or like mourning, etc. I do get that. But I do also think that this cover gives like the wrong impression of this book overall. I do believe that if this book had been published now, it would have a different cover altogether. And I actually think that if I read a sequel soonish when this vlog is over, and if I enjoyed that as much, if like it concludes, because it is a duology, as well and immersive as this first one, I might actually need to buy it because it seems like they're going a bit out of print as well to have it on my shelves, because like it was that enjoyable for me. And I ended up giving it 4 out of 5 stars. What even am I saying right now? Last night I was like very much like,
dipping to 3. But then I realized when I've been like slept on it and I reflected more on it, I enjoyed it that much that I think it deserves a 4 compared to how much I have not enjoyed any of the other books here. So yeah, I am as shocked as you. And I do not believe by any means this is a perfect book, because again, I do find stuff not as complex, and I do find not stuff as much explored as I want to, etc. like world building. But there's like something with the intrigue and mystery and just our main character in general that just made the story so immersive, and that I care for them so much that I'm sitting with a 4 out of 5 stars. And I feel like I should almost read the sequel in this vlog, tell you how it's gonna go, but obviously we're not gonna do that. But yeah, I talked a lot about this now, so we're gonna move on. And I am happy I finally enjoyed one book. This is the first 4-star I'm giving to stuff that is not a reread. So the next book we have here is Beyond the Darkened Shore by Jessica Leek. This one I have read before. I read it on Kindle a couple of years ago, and then I was actually gifted this from Jessie on YouTube. I did read it, and then I did enjoy it enough to want to own it. And now I'm like, what was it actually about? It's been a couple of years now, but I do believe it's a bit like of a Celtic, it is called, like a bit like under like the Viking times. And then I realized later I don't like Viking stories, but we're not following the Vikings. We are being invaded by the Vikings, but we also meet a Viking or Northman, and then they are enemies, but then together they need to work together to like defeat this evil. And I literally kind of remember all the full details right now because it is a while since I read it, but I do remember I really enjoyed the atmosphere and the writing, and like it was an enjoyable book overall. I do believe, did I give it 4 or 3? Ha ha ha, do I need to check this? I feel like I need to check this. Apparently I gave it a 3, so I enjoyed it, but I didn't love it. And I do also believe that there's kind of like a spin-off / sequel. I did actually think that I almost cared about the couple in the end, but I do think like there was like some kind of cool battle in here. But then I remember being annoyed of a lot of parts of the story as well. I just like can't come up with the specifics right now. When there's a love interest, they always name life when it's like Northern, and I just like life, the name life. I don't know a single life, but it's just a funny name to a Norwegian. And also they misspelled his name in the synopsis. It says it isn't until Kiara captures Liaf and then later it says Leif, so they literally misspelled his name in the synopsis, which I think is very funny. So I guess we're just gonna put it in a 3. I don't know if I would still be annoyed of the same things if I read it now, but I do remember like parts I was like, this is so stupid when I read it, but then I also remember ending up enjoying parts, so I don't know. And I know it's like some sort of, as I said, sequel spin-off, which has like a white kind of cover. And I do kind of want to read that, but then I need to reread this. And it seems like a lot of effort to think about that now. So we're going to move on and put it in a 3. Oh, so this was actually when I think I had my first Fairyloot subscription for like 6 months period. And then like I extended it for a bit. So this was my first Fairyloot box. This is the Fairyloot edition. And as you can see, because it has the black spread edges, which is like the one thing you got back in the day, which is very funny. And I do believe the cover is the same as the original one. Maybe have black spread edges. Maybe it's signed or something. I don't actually know. Oh, I got a bookplate that I glued in. I was so good. Only in Ivory followed a main character that her father was killed to be a traitor, and then she left the country or like that city or whatever, and then I feel like she can control people's minds. And then there's also like these gates that keeps opening in the countryside that like, I was gonna say like almost like golems comes out, not golems, but like monster things comes out, and then they need to like find a way to stop that, or like there was a way to stop it, but I don't remember exactly how. She also has the thing with a prince, obviously, and there is a lot of love for horses because the author loves horses. And I remember I liked parts of it. It was better than some of these YA fantasies we read here, but it wasn't incredible either. I did find it well interesting. I even bought and have read the sequels. I finished the duology. And I remember there is a thing that happens in the end here, and then it comes to play in the next one. And it's just like, why do we have like a time jump? Why do we have this plot? I don't know. But just the way that I felt like D started out great, but then like I didn't really know where to go, I guess. I do believe I gave this maybe a 3 as well. If I gave this not a 3 and I gave Beyond the Darkened Shore a 3, I am shocked. I give it a 4. Why did I give it a 4? I don't remember myself enjoying this that much. I gave the second one a 3 at least, which is Shadow and Flame. But yeah, we can put it down in a 3, because I would never give this a 4 now. I don't know why we are just changing ratings on some things and some things not. But yeah, it was a read, and it was my first Fairyloot book, so that is fun. Then obviously, since I had that Fairyloot book, I also got Grace and Fury, which is also the Fairyloot edition. I think the original like UK edition is just like the paperback of this, and then they sold the second one in the Fairyloot store, and I never got it because it sold out super fast. And then I just have the second one in the paperback in a Dutch match, and that is the haunting of my life. We have two different sisters in this. We have one sister needing to marry or like go to this court place and like be a perfect woman, etc. And the other one is basically thrown into this prison island where they fight each other to survive, and then like a kind of rebellion starts because of that, and the other one needs to survive in a different way. I don't remember exactly did they switch places or exactly like how they came to be in their different places, but I remember when I read it, I didn't actually like hate it. Now I'm like, would I give it a 2? Probably. I'm just trying to see what I gave it. If I gave it a 4, I will literally scream. Okay, I gave it a 3. I gave it a 3. Because I feel like I really was like, this is stupid in the beginning, but then grew to actually care for like the different battles. And then I cared enough apparently to buy the sequel last year. And it's been how many years since I read this? I read it in 2021 and I got it in 2018 as well. So not that long since I read it, but I had it for a long time before reading it as well. I guess we can just give it a 3, but I do believe in my heart it would be a 2 today. But it's fine. The next one here is also the Fairyloot edition. And I haven't actually read this one yet, which is like, it says a lot because then this is 2018. I haven't read it yet. It is Heart of Thorns by Brie Barton. And like my brain is going back to me unboxing all of these on my channel, and here we are full circle. And I don't know the plot or synopsis or anything. Did get the Rosebud address, and I never bought this sequel even though it was on my wish list for a long time. And I guess I'm going to read this maybe today but or tomorrow, and then I'm letting you know obviously what I thought. And but it's fun to actually have the Fairyloot edition for the Fairyloot vlog, you know? It's kind of fun, yeah? Okay, so settle in for a long update once again, because I did finish the next one and then I read a lot of the next ones after that. But then after that, it's more spaced out, a bit more spaced out at least. So I did finish Sorcery of Thorns by Brie Barton. Oh my god, the curtain moved and it scared me. I am surprised as you when I told you that I actually enjoyed this a bit. Sort of very typical. We have this girl who needs to marry this dude and she hates people who can use magic because they killed her mother, and she has like been pamping off for revenge for the last 3 years. And this dude is a prince, and he, like the king, is like obsessed with hunting down the people with magic that has a certain name, but I don't know how to pronounce it. And then she doesn't really marry him, but she does. And then at the wedding, they are almost assassinated and go out on a run. And then she finds out stuff about herself. I mean, just say in the synopsis. Basically, it says that she basically finds out that she's a magic user herself. And then that turns her world a bit upside down. And then they go out on this journey. And honestly, I hadn't read the synopsis, obviously, so I didn't know what it was about anymore. And I was just like, oh my god, so typical. She finds out she has powers, typical, blah, 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 blah. And like the events in the story and how things happen were just felt so random. Like suddenly they're doing this, and then suddenly we are in a certain place, and then suddenly we're meeting these people that I'm supposed to know, and then suddenly we are talking about these like people and places and things that like they've just felt like so random events after one another. But I noticed that I started to care a bit. I started to care a bit like about the people we were meeting, and in the end, when the reveals came out. I was like, oh my god, that was kind of fun. It was interesting reveals. We had like, you know, not like the perfect setup because like it is a bit like silly, but I kind of liked how these two characters didn't know each other, but then went out on this journey together, and that's why they start to care for each other, and that makes more sense than just like random, you know what I mean? But how many books I have had like of marriages and different shit? It's just really funny. Parts I was like, this is really bad. I'm so sad that I don't know what to do with my edition. And like I literally laughed out loud because some of the parts were like, seriously, are you kidding me? But then when I came to the end and I finished the book and I was like, okay, but it was kind of fun. And I had a good time, and I kind of cared a bit about the characters and their journeys, especially because of the ending. And now I'm like, I kind of need to read a sequel now, and I might as well, if I like, you know, buy it to keep my hardcover of both. And I ended up giving it a 3 stars and not a 2 stars because it was a bit fun. And no, it wasn't perfect, but it had parts that like I actually kept guessing of like who was actually the killer for a certain thing, because like it really lead you one way and then another way and then another way, and then in the end we were left with completely different answers. And I thought it was a bit fun. So yeah, like not the worst. Obviously many flaws, but honestly did some of the things it wanted to do in a fun manner, and like the reveals in the end made it worth it, which is annoying because I feel like the reveals shouldn't save a whole book, but it kind of did a bit. But also like on the journey, I was like kind of having fun. I want to see where we'll go. Another big plus is that we have a confirmed bisexual character on page. Like we had our main character's mother, and we had the love interest, the Prince Quinn. He's like basically says he's bisexual. Of all the books I read, we had side characters that are queer, no like main characters, and obviously it's not our main point of view, but it is like a prominent character in the story. And I was like, ahead of its time, even though we are in 2018, so that's a bit sad to say. So now we have this pile of books here that I already read before, so I'm gonna try to be quick. So I still have my Fairyloot box, and I had these Rebel Waves by Sarah Rosh. It has the green spread edges, and I was a book I was excited for a bit because I had the Red Snow Like Ashes and I did enjoy it. While like again a typical YA fantasy, I did enjoy it. This magicism here is based on like herbalism, and they have like this island full of like these different magical herbs, and then like this other country which is like very, I was gonna say, strongly inspired by what really like extreme Christianity, or like extreme religion at least, have taken over. And I'm like, we've kind of followed a rebellion, and our main character's parents is like really prominent leaders in that rebellion, if I remember correctly, and they're trying to resist to like, I mean, not be under the regime of like these people. So we follow 3 point of view. We have, you know, our main character who's like the daughter of the people. We have the prince who like is supposed to inherit the throne, and then we have Dev, or Deverux, who is a pirate who like helps them in this thing. I remember reading it, I thought it was fun. I did enjoy it. I remember the second book was a huge disappointment and I didn't enjoy it as much. I probably gave this 4 and the other one 3 if like I remember how I rated things. I think I'm gonna down this to 3 now because I do think I might still enjoy it, but still not like amazing. Obviously suffering from just being in this genre and its frames, but still enjoyable for what it was. I still enjoyed parts of it, and I think it's cool that I have a Fairyloot edition. So yeah, that's what I gotta say about that. Again, a romance, but honestly, me collecting all these like one color just at a time, love to see that for me. Then we have Mirage, which is actually a sci-fi, which a lot of people I feel like didn't know at the time. I didn't even know that Fairyloot had a lot of sci-fis. I mean, we did have Empress of a Thousand Skies, but have we had any others? I don't think so. This one is set in this space thing, and then this girl is forced to be the like double body, the body double, I can't say a sentence, of this princess, and she comes from like a planet who's super poor, and they are like threatening her family if she doesn't do this. And they are basically like this princess. She is like the daughter or like of this empire that are basically just taking over all these other planets. Colonialism, you know, and it's not a good thing. So she starts becoming friends with the princess, who then like maybe realizes that she has grown up in a wrong society, and then like they grow from this. I do remember really enjoying this one actually. We have Purple Edges. I also in this one actually also read a sequel that I also own, and I did enjoy that too. I think it's a solid like duology. I don't remember like all the details, but this might one be I would like to reread because I do think it brought up a lot of interesting things, and I did think parts was fun when it like switched places, etc. We have had obviously some authors that are not white so far, like Renee Adier, and just looking over the list, Julie Sidao, maybe others, but like it's so few of them. But like just getting into some of them now, just like you notice, I feel like a lot of like different aspects and themes, or not necessarily themes because like there's a lot of suppression in general in YA fantasy, but just like the way that it's written, I feel like it's a different tone. It's like starting to becoming a bit more and more, not like 100%, but a bit more and more. And it's really interesting to see that evolvement starting like around this area. But like obviously we had some others before this, I just thought to mention it now. And because of my strongly still positive feelings towards Mirage, we are putting it in 4 stars. Then we have Girls of Paper and Fire, which was a lot of people's most anticipated, also mine. And I have the Fairyloot edition with the purple spread edges, and I also have the rest of these in their Fairyloot editions. I read the whole series as well, which like granted, look at me. You should be proud because I am proud of myself. And this one follows, is it Laya? No, it's Lay. I don't know who Laya is. And she is forced to become a paper girl, which is basically just joining the Demon King's harem. And she might not be a girl made of paper, but a girl made of fire. And like, she's not a fierce fighter, but she does have maybe certain abilities that will help her. And then she meets this other girl that like is also in the harem, and they fall in love. And I remember this being so promoted as like lesbian or like sapphic romance, because I don't remember if they're actually both lesbians. Do they only like girls or they bi? I don't remember. And like people just like fall over his for it. Like it was the sapphic book of its time. I love that, by the way. And I just love that one of soft and the other one was fierce, but it's not necessarily like the main character that had to be the fighter. And I remember I really like that. Obviously, all like the Asian inspiredness as well of the story I really enjoyed, and it does heavily follow like repercussions of sexual assault because of the Demon King does rape like the girls that are not there because they want to. Our main character has like these golden eyes that make her stand out and maybe wants to start this whole revolution against the Demon King's reign. So obviously, in the reigns of like all the other books here, it does follow like a lot of the same things like revolution, powers, blah 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 blah. Just that this is queer, like main queer, and like the obviously Asian inspiredness of the story, which I always love. I do think like the last book wasn't amazing. Like, I can't actually remember the last book that well right now. And I know a lot of people didn't like the second book, but I enjoyed it because it's like a quest story and I love that. Still a 4-star, I would say. So we're putting it there. But I feel like it's cheating because I read them in a different time of my life. So I don't know how I would feel about them if I read them now. I feel like we had 6 books now, which was the subscription I got. But then I found out that Skyward with Brandon Sanderson was going to be in the next one. And I managed to extend my subscription, which at the time didn't have like the same waiting lists that it has now. And I have Skyward with the yellow spread edges, which I feel like is so cool because like, who has this one? I mean, not as many as I would have it now. Skyward by Brandon Sanderson was in a box. Oh my god, a sci-fi actually. And this one follows Spencer, who wants to be a pilot, but her father was like branded as a traitor when he was a pilot, and then she thinks that she has traitors or like coward's blood and doesn't want her to be in this pirate school. They are fighting the crows that keeps attacking the humans, and they're just like, what is this? Where are they coming from? And they're trying to defend themselves and been at war with them for like a billion years. Not a billion years, I think it's like 100. And then she finds out secrets about, well, how the world works and what's going on. And I just think it's an incredible book. The first book is amazing. I have now also read the whole series because the last book did come out last year. And I do think like by every book, it gets weaker and weaker. I do think Brandon Sanderson is a master storyteller in a way that he sets up a world and then reveals secrets about the things that we get to know. And then like, but it's actually like this and this and this. He does that in most of his works. It's one of the reasons I enjoy his work so much, because it's really thought through to like, you think that this world functions in this way, but actually it's not. And I do think that that is one of the most interesting things that he writes in his stories, and he does it again here. One of like the best twists in the end, and then like obviously more secrets are revealed in the rest of the upcoming books as well, which again I did enjoy, but I didn't love as like I love this first one, which is just so strong and so good. And this is a 5-star because I do love this first book, even though I don't love the rest of the series as much. And I still think it's a worth read, but not his strongest series. That's apparently what I got to say about that, but very enjoyable. And I love, for example, that how he started to include like non-binary characters, etc. in the story, which I feel like he got a lot of criticism before for not including like more diversity in the stories. And I feel like in Skyward he branched more out, which is great, but like, should he get credit for just doing the basis? I don't know, but it's cool like that one of the big ones does, you know. And then I think like I extended my subscription one more month because I found out there was going to be reading journal in the next one, because this was the December book for 2018. And I do have that reading journal somewhere, but I have now started to make my own, so I don't do that anymore. It was Fire and Heists by Sarah Beth Durst, which is the same author as like The Queen of Rentia, which I read now actually, was it this year? I think so. And I actually really enjoyed that first one. And this is a standalone, which is basically we have a main character from a dragon family, and they can turn into dragons, or wyverns it may be. So they're like not werewolves, but the other word when you turn into a dragon instead. And then her family like go on heists and stuff because, you know, dragons wants treasure. And then she's going to do her first heist. And it's a bit like, I wasn't going to say childish, but a bit like juvenile. We have like an innocent dragon who's trying to do this big thing. And then actually more things that were revealed about the dragons and the world. And I thought that was really fun actually to experience. I don't think the book was bad at all. I think it was a fun ride for what it was. I don't think it was incredible, amazing. I liked the world, but if it had been, you know, an adult, I feel like it could have been explored more things in the story. But I still enjoyed it for what it was. And it is, you know, as I said, a standalone. So that is kind of nice as well. But yeah, no spread edges this time around. I
I feel like we could put it in a 3 because that's what I feel like it could be, even though I might have given it a 4 when I read it. But it was fun for what it is, you know, for what the story is. It was fun. It wasn't terrible. Apparently none of these were terrible, except the next one. Oh my god. Oh, guys. The next one is Circle of Shadows by Evelyn Sky, which I have not read the second one of because I absolutely did not like this one. I have read the other one that she wrote. I cannot remember the title of it right now. The Crown's Game or something? Yes, The Crown's Game. I have read that. I enjoyed it fine. But this one has been lying in my unhaul pile because I am considering unhauling it, but I do want to read a second book. I cannot actually for the life of me describe the plot. I think we have some kind of like fighters. There's society. There's a warrior society of Taigas marked by gods who betray in magic and fighting, and then something happens. There's like someone trying to infiltrate them or something, and we follow 2 point of views. And I just remember not liking this book so much. I thought that some parts of the world, etc., in the beginning was interesting, but when the fighting starts, we follow 2 point of views that keep repeating what the other one has done. Like they keep repeating everything that just happened in the other point of view, and it annoyed the shit out of me. And it just was not interesting, and it was just a mess, and I didn't enjoy myself at all. I remember I gave it 2 stars at the time, and I was so annoyed, and I was just like, because I didn't really give books 2 stars, because like I just gave everything 3, because I enjoy everything, but not this one. And now I can't remember anything, and I'm like, am I supposed to read a sequel based on that? I'm really sorry for being so hard on it, but I felt like I thought I was going to enjoy it, but then I didn't enjoy it at all. I was trying to like get up some more memories of it, but I'm not. I feel like we can still put it in 2, even though I feel like today I would give it a 1. Debating. But either way, I don't have more to say than that. Oh, and then to the last book of this clip, we have A Curse on Dogs and Lonely by Bridget Kemmerer. I read this whole series actually as well, and I loved this one. I loved it. I gave it 5 out of 5 stars. And obviously I don't have the 5th edition because it's just a normal paperback. And the second book I read, and I didn't like it because they did just change so much shit for no reason. And the third book I just hate read. I gave it 1 star. So I gave the second one a 3, but I definitely think it's a 2 at this point. But this still stands as a 5, and I do in my mind keep this as a standalone because like I love this one, but I want to get rid of the rest of the series. It is a Beauty and the Beast retelling. We follow Harper, who has a like disability, which like people really love that representation. She has like pains in her like, yeah, if I remember, legs, if I remember correctly. It is a portal fantasy. She's portal from DC to be one of the Beast's brides. They're trying to find him someone that can fall in love with him to break the curse. Then she meets Prince Ran, and it's a story between them, and I absolutely loved how it was set up. I love the characters. I loved how it expanded on like what is going on outside this curse. I just loved it as a retelling. I love the characters, as I said now twice. I really enjoyed the plot twist, etc. And just the relationship between Ran and Harper. And I forgot the name of the guard. Because I'm so mad at him for what they did to his character in the upcoming books. I'm so mad at him. Gray, oh my god. Ran, Harper, and Gray. My polar relationship that never happened. I love them. I feel like the author had everything to set up the best story in the world and did not. It's the most disappointing thing. But this one, a 5 star, okay? That's what I got to say. I loved it. And that was the update for this clip. A lot of books I already read. And the next one I'm reading is To the Best Boys by Mari Weber, which I'm about to start. I do, in my mind, think that this is a Peter Pan retelling because of the title, but I don't actually know. But yeah, I'm going to read it now and then find out. And then hopefully it doesn't suck because, you know, I read State of Sorrow and Heart of Thorns, which I didn't hate. So I feel like we have hope. That's what I got now. I have hope and it's going to be destroyed. Let's hope not. So I did finish To Best the Boys, and it's not called To the Best Boys because that is a different thing altogether. I'm confusing the things. It's not anything to do with Peter Pan. It's actually kind of a dystopia thing where we follow a main character who wants to be the first female scientist. And then she enters in disguise to be a guy because all guys are divided to go to this labyrinth. And if you win this competition, then you get a scholarship to this prestige school. And she wants to be the first female scientist, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, the more wealthy you are, the more chances is that you will win. And it's just like, I don't care. Are we trying to do the Hunger Games but just very badly? Just like, the writing was very flat. The characters weren't interesting. It was just weird. Added romance. Once again, I just kind of didn't care for anything, which I feel like now I said many times in this vlog. It was just very boring, to be honest. I just like, it didn't keep my interest. The games itself, if you can even call it a challenge or whatever, was just like very
not interesting. I feel like there could have been so much more pumped up excitement for us to actually care what was happening in there. And it's just like the book was so short and like we took so long to actually get there. When we were there, I just didn't care. If you want a better book where we want the first female scientist, I would read like Blood Over Bright Heaven, which turns out to be a lot more. But it's kind of like in the same vibes. In that like wanting to be a scientist thing, which I would very much more recommend. But this was not for me. I consider giving it a 2, but since literally it was just so boring and I didn't care for a single thing, I'm giving it a 1 star once again because apparently that's where we are back at. Now, my next book is Nocturna by Maya Motaine, which the theme is dark magic, which I feel is it's a bit interesting. And I wanted this, like I seen it and I wanted it for a while because I saw the cover and I was like, oh, I want to read this. Will I like it? Only time shall tell. So see you soon for that. Hello. So life happened and I didn't update this vlog for days because life happened. But I have a long update for you once again today. The month June is over today and I obviously didn't make it before June was over, but I wouldn't have anyway even if I was caught up. So life is lifing and it's fine. Let's start with Nocturna. Obviously that was the last one I said I was going to read. And this one I wanted to enjoy, I just didn't. It had like a Latinx inspired world and like there was like Spanish words, etc. And I thought that was cool. We had like this prince returning after being away for a certain amount of time, and then he starts kind of mashing up and like having these interactions with this thief, and then they start having a thing, and then other stuff happens. But honestly it was just so uninteresting and like not written in a way that I enjoyed, that I kind of was just like, I already know that this book is not for me, which was a bit sad. It has a stunning cover. I wanted to enjoy it. I think like the bonus parts was like that it was not inherently everything white, which is, you know, I like that obviously, but I just like didn't care for like the plot, and the characters just felt super flat, and the writing was just like, it didn't make me engage in story. I didn't care for the plots. It didn't give me really anything. So I gave it a 2 star, but I didn't think it deserved a 1. So that was my quick thoughts about that one. Then I read The Beholder by Anna Bright, which was the next one, obviously. And this one kind of took me a bit by surprise because it was very much not enjoyable, and then it turned out to be a bit more enjoyable. We have this girl who's daughter of like the chancellor, or like I guess like they're in a powerful position kind of in New York. I didn't really get, she was kind of a princess because she had like an inherited role in like this corporation her father had, but like she wasn't royalty, so I was a bit confused of like what she really was. But then her stepmother basically wanted to get rid of her after she didn't get this proposal from this one dude, so she needs to go on this tour to Europe to go to different countries. 4 different countries they're planning, and she's 2 weeks in each place to like be courted by like the princess in the different countries, because she needs to get married, to get connections, etc. for her family. And she obviously needs to go. She first goes to kind of a like England. I said kind of because like it's not really obviously England, but I do believe it was called England. And then stuff happens there where she gets pretty much humiliated and moves on to Norway. And it's like they call it Norge, which is like Norway in Norwegian, and like there was a lot of like different like Norwegian words thrown in there, and obviously as a person from Norway I always think that is a bit funny and a bit strange, because like it just doesn't make sense to me that someone, they speak English to each other, and it doesn't make sense to me that someone just suddenly says min elskede, which means like my lovely, my love, in the middle of a sentence just because you're Norwegian. Like you would still say that in English because you're speaking in English. It doesn't make any sense to me. But she goes to Norway, she goes down there, and then she is gonna move on. Like I'm not gonna spoil more, but like part of it was just so stupid. Like the insta love, and like just our characters. She was such an idiot, but at the same time, I was a tiny bit entertained for the story. I thought it was funny that we were in Norway, and I thought it was funny at times and entertaining, but overall, just like it was just so silly. I'm like, what am I reading? It's like, is this the selection that I never even read? And it was a weird experience. But yeah, I ended up giving it a 2. But if I could have done half stars, I would have given it a 2.5 because I was entertained at times. But it was just such like, it was just such a book that like, I don't even know how to describe like the atmosphere of a book like that, but it's just so silly. Yes, it is entertaining, but just like, I don't know. I don't have words. I can't say a sentence. Then we have a couple of books I already read before, which is great for me. So we have Sorcery of Thorns by Margaret Rogerson. This is actually the favorite edition, but I didn't actually have the favorite box. I just got it from Sasha, who didn't want it, and she just gave it to me when we were at the ALK 2 years ago. I actually had the arc of Sorcery of Thorns, which I still do own, and I posted a review on my channel. Actually, I have an arc of like a couple here, which is super random. All thanks to Justine, obviously. Sorcery of Thorns follow this young girl who goes up in a library where books are alive, and then she starts working with this sorcerer, magician, who has this deal with this, I was gonna say like demon-like creature, and like people think that he's kind of evil, but then he's not. I really, really enjoyed the atmosphere that Margaret writes in. I really enjoyed this one, and I did enjoy Husband of Ravens. Did not love Aspertine. So like I actually really, really liked this one when I read it. So I feel like all of the ones that I already read, I read in a different time of my life. If I would have liked them as much now, I don't know, but I feel like they are at the advantage because I read them kind of around when they were released and had different tastes in books, I guess. But I just like comparing this, for example, to The Beholder. I feel like they're completely different levels of books for me and just like entertainment wise. But again, they've read it in a different time. This is a standalone, even though I do believe they added like short story or something to the series or something that I haven't actually read, but I did really, really like it. I like the main character. I like the journey like between her. I actually liked the romance. I really liked Silas, the little demon, and I really enjoyed this one. I feel like I gave it a strong 4 out of 5 stars, and I kind of want to reread it now to see if I still enjoy it. And I'm very grateful to have actually the favorite edition with a purple cover because purple. Then we have Wicked Fox by Cat Show. This one, when I read it, I actually listened to the audiobook because I was in Japan at the time, and then I just read a lot of books on audiobooks in general and later got the hardcover, and I love this one a lot when I read it, and it still stands as like a really like good YA fantasy that I keep recommending. I read a sequel as well, which I don't enjoy as much but still very enjoyable. So this one follows Agumiho, who is the main character, and then she loses her like spiritual kind of like magic bead inside of her, and this boy picks it up, and then well, he needs to return the bead to her, and then Agumiho needs to survive on like killing other people, and she doesn't really want to do that, and he's just a normal, I was gonna say, teenage boy that meets this magical creature, and it's like filled of, as you can tell, Korean mythology, and it's just like very like Korean drama-esque. Like they're sitting somewhere and then like they just randomly happen upon one another. It's like super dramatic under the rain kind of scenes, and I really, really enjoyed how it's written. Like obviously we are set in Korea as well. I just love how at the time also like it felt different from all the other fantasies that, you know, where we're Western and we have like one set in Korea. I felt really cool. Like there's a part, obviously, if you don't know, but like League of Legends is a huge thing that teenagers do in Korea, at least like they did. I don't know how much they do it now. So you have like a main character just going to like a gaming like center and just sitting down to play League of Legends, and I was like, because like I feel like that doesn't happen in other books, but I felt it here. I don't know, for some reason though, like when I got this hardcover, just looking at it now, like I got this, like it's falling apart. I don't know if you can see that, but it's literally falling apart, and it's been falling apart since I got it. Look at that. Like, because I never actually brought in this copy, and when I got it, it was just falling apart. And apparently, Pass Honor did not ask for a new copy. Like the thing, it's like literally falling apart. Oh my god! Like I didn't know it was this bad until now. Do I know someone who can fix this? Actually, this is really bad. I never thought it was this bad until now. It's like literally falling apart in the Sims here. I'm not gonna throw it away or anything, but I feel like I need to glue that. Maybe I can ask my dad for help. Actually, I do know someone who like has like the education to like do books, but I wouldn't ask them. That would be awkward. I do work in a library. I'm sure someone has skills there somewhere to help me fix my book. Oh, okay. So the next one is The Merciful Crow, which is by Margaret Owen. And this one I have an arc of, as you can see. I actually have the sequel in hardback, and I do want a matching. I just never got it because I already read it and I already owned it. But this is another one that I actually really enjoyed. And now I just, again, it is the timing, I feel like. I feel a bit bad. But this one, can I describe the plot? It's been a long time. We have Fia, who is a future chieftain, and she's like taking over her clan. She is a crow clan, and they go around collecting the dead. And there is this like plague, and people blame the crows for like spreading the plague. And then she meets the prince and the bodyguard to the prince. And then like they are on the run because he was almost assassinated, I think. And then she helps them and they're like undercover in the Crow clan. Just the way they did magic here, it depends on like I think they have bones, and then did they collect bones from the dead? And the more bones you had, the more powerful you were. Am I totally wrong? And then like the prince and the bodyguard like have a really like fun dynamic, and then like she falls for one of them, but do you know who? And then also we're trying to like obviously do this whole kingdom thing. And I just thought the magic system, the way they went around to these bodies and these places, and just like the atmosphere and where it was written, I just very much enjoyed it. I don't want to read it now when I'm talking about it. I did like the second book, but again, I felt like, you know, when they have a really cool setup and then like the sequel just go exactly where you think it's gonna go, and you sit in there like, oh, it was fine. But it's not like the sequel blew my mind or anything, but I still enjoyed it like for the duology it was. But this was a different time in my life. Like I read it in 2019 and it felt like a different time of my life, honestly. But yeah, I gave this also a strong 4 out of 5 star, and I still stand by that to this day. I feel like I'm cheating. Okay, so then I actually read something that I hadn't read before, which was Serpent and Dove by Shelby Marhurin. I don't know how to say the last name. This is a very, very widely popular series that I obviously had heard about. And I heard that there's like an anal scene, there's a threesome scene, and like that's what I heard about it. Apparently just the sexual stuff and just like weird shit. I guess like kind of the romantasy before romantasy really became a thing to this day. I guess like fans of Serpent and Dove have been waiting for this day for romantasy that we are in now. So sad, I did read it. It was over 500 pages, and it is about a witch and a witch hunter. We have a witch, which is a girl, and then a witch hunter, and then they get married because like she kind of scams him, and then he just kind of needs to get married, and then she's trying to get information out of him for certain things because he's a witch hunter. Well, she's trying to hide as well, and like a really good cover for a witch is to live and be married to a witch hunter because no one expects her to be a witch. And then there's secrets, her mother's after her, a bit stuff like that, and dramatic things. Like it's, I guess like she's obviously starting to feel attracted to him and be like, oh my god, he's kind of handsome though. But like he's also killing and hates your people. But then she's just like, but you don't know anything about your people. It's trying to like educate him, and he's just like, I don't care what you're saying. So I feel like I get the dynamic. You want someone to understand you, and you like, you know they're wrong, so you know they're raised wrong, but at the same time, like for me, it would be so unattractive to be with someone that literally hates me, you know? I mean, I guess normally in fantasy. Either way, it's just written in such a manner that I couldn't take the book seriously. Like I was like laughing. I'm like, are we supposed to be serious right now? And just the way that the story went so obvious the whole time. We had like a sex scene in a YA fantasy. To this day, I mean, I'm saying it is the romantasy for the romantasy. And I will be honest, like I did live through the story. I was sometimes entertained, but overall, like the book, the writing, the can I call it the quality? It was not for me. It was not a story for me. I can't believe, isn't it like a billion books? I don't even know. I can't believe I said I was never going to read this book, and now I did, and I gave it 1 star because honestly, it was kind of shit. It was a shit book. It gave some kind of entertainment, but like it wasn't a good book. Like we literally have like this fight scene where someone like starts singing this song about a girl with big titties, and I'm like, am I supposed to like take this seriously? I don't know, but I just didn't kind of care for the relationship either, and that's, you know, what carries the story, and I didn't care. So yeah, I can't believe I read Serpent and Dove, and it was shit like I thought all along, but at least some small entertainment shit. I would give it a 1.5 if I could, but we are just rounding it down to 1. Then next up on the list, we actually have The Beautiful by Renee Ahdieh, which again, I have an arc of. I have the rest of the series in hardback, but I never bought the first one. Because I already owned it, and I actually read the second one and did enjoy that too, but then I just haven't continued the series, even though I really want to. So this is, actually the series wrapped up last December, so it's not even that long ago. And we are in 1872 New Orleans. We have vampires. We have Celine, who has escaped from France, is it? And then she gets involved in like the vampire court in New Orleans, and I really liked it. I liked it, but I do believe that, again, because Renee Ahdieh has been here before, that Renee Ahdieh has, again, the best synopsis, really good atmosphere, but like the plot and execution, again, doesn't 100% work. I just feel like it hypes up what it wasn't in a way, and then it's just like, is very much not what you think is going to be from like the atmosphere of what you get from the cover, from the synopsis. And I think the writing is good. I just feel like also there was some serious stuff in here that was kind of like, I don't know how to describe it, but like glossed over in a way that I feel like it wasn't challenged and explored in the way that I wanted it to for the book that it was. But yeah, murder stuff's happening, vampires on the loose, yay, yay, yay. And then you need to figure out what is going on. So I did give this, I think, a 4. I actually read it twice, one after one another, because I read it first for readathon, and I was like, did I read anything? Then I read it another time the next week, posted a review, and then, as I said, I have read the second one. And I feel like I gave it a 4 at the time, but now I feel like it would be a 3. I'm sorry, can I take down ratings? But just like thinking about it, I feel like that's what it deserves. Can't believe I had to get these arcs down from my shelf, buried in my arc shelf. But yeah, and then I actually read A River of Royal Blood by Amanda Joy, which I have seen around a lot, and I was really excited, and it was kind of shit. I'm sorry, it was just very boring. We have a main character that cannot do magic, and she and her sister finds out they need to kill each other for the throne, and then she's trying to practice magic, and my face didn't care. I wish I enjoyed it because like it is North African inspired fantasy worlds. I wish I cared more for anything, but I didn't. I could like see it in some parts of the story, and like I did enjoy those. Like the whole like sister dynamic, I wish it was explored so much more because it was so interesting. But then it wasn't interesting because we didn't explore anything. And the mother just being like casually in conversation, that was the weirdest part of the book. She was just like, oh yeah, by the way, I never told you this, but you guys need to kill each other. And I was like, what? Why are you giving me the information in this way? I was shocked, appalled. I was just like, this is supposed to be like exciting and cool, and it was just like said in casual conversation in the weirdest way possible. I was very upset about this, and I gave it 2 stars, and I just didn't care about anything. Just like, apparently I just cared about the books that I read like 5 years ago, which is kind of sad. Then I read the next one, which is 8 Will Fall. I'm sorry, I'm trying to take on the dust jacket. Maybe not. Here is the dust jacket, and I actually had a favorite box of this because I remember I bought the box, but I don't remember why. Was it because there was a reading journal in this box again, or something else in this box that I wanted? I do believe so. That was when there was an insane wait list on Fairyloot. You could just buy one if you wanted one for the month. It's the exclusive cover. I mean, even have reverse dust jacket art, which I guess I knew, I just forgot, and it's kind of cool. The normal hardcover is just a hardcover, no spread edges or anything like that. And I read this, and did I care about a single thing happening in this book? Absolutely not. I gave it 1 star once again, because like I normally don't give out 1 stars, actually, like at all, unless I hate the book. But like, since I just don't feel anything, I just don't have anything to say. Like, how to describe this book? I finished this last night. And I just didn't care about a single thing. We have our main character, she's an empath. She can feel other people's emotions around her and kind of manipulate them. And empaths are therefore very like feared and people hate them. There's this metal that suppresses the powers. And then she's working basically against the queen because they're suppressing her people. And then, is this a standalone? I'm double checking. It is a standalone. So everything happens very, very suddenly. There's some characters that dies that you don't care for because you've been with them for like 50 pages. And then like suddenly we go like on, I was gonna say, to revolution in 300 pages. That's impressive, actually. So like from this cover here, I'm looking at like exploration. I'm looking at exploration in deep waters, at like, I don't know, something entirely else than what it was. Go into the underground full of unspeakable horrors. The fact that we explored these unspeakable horrors and did like almost a whole revolution in 350 pages is all you need to know about this book, actually. Because nothing could therefore be explored or done in detail in a way that made me care for the story at all. And yes, I do sometimes check the synopsis even after reading, because like I am curious to see what the synopsis says, how it describes the book, because sometimes it doesn't, like, sometimes how I want to describe the book is like very different and maybe like even spoilery sometimes. But yeah, that was the one I finished last night. And my next one is Woven in Moonlight by Isabel Ibanez, which I know is not how you pronounce it. Actually, this author had another one later in like this year, actually. And I already read that on audio, not yet in this vlog, because obviously we're going in order. And I didn't love that one. That's all I'm gonna say, spoiler. So I wonder how I will like this one, because I wanted to read this for a while, because like I remember seeing it and it was on my wish list for a long while, and I've been wanting to read it for a really long while. So I'm hoping to like it, but we shall see. And I don't know if I will get to it today, but I should get to it tomorrow. Will I actually update right after finishing it? Who knows if life kicks my ass once again, but you should see me then. Okay, so last night I did finish Woman in Moonlight by Isabel Ibanez. I didn't really like this. I didn't really care. And I also read some reviews that made me question a lot of things. But basically, the main character, who is like from the indigenous people that live like in this magical Bolivia, because like it's based on that. And then the invaders, which is like, I guess, the imperialist people, they're like, but why do you guys need to rule? Why are you guys trying to stop us? She's trying to like understand them. I mean, like, she's kind of on their side, and we are supposed to see her people, the people that actually came from here, as the bad people, while the imperialists that has invaded them are the good people. And I saw some people talk about that, like, why is this a thing? And I don't really understand it deeply enough. I don't understand Bolivia deeply enough to understand who was right and who was wrong. I don't know. I don't know the history. But I saw some reviews talk about that. I literally just went to check reviews because I didn't enjoy myself and I was going to see what other people thought. But yeah, the writing was fine. The characters were like, she is like kind of the scapegoat because like she has been pretending to kind of be the queen while like actually it's someone else all the time, but they are like taking her to marry like one of the invaders dudes that has taken over so that like people would be more appeased. But she's fake because like she's been faking her whole life to be this person. Then they are invading, but then now she's trying to stop them because she's like, oh, but we shouldn't fight them, but they are taking their country. So I don't understand. But I saw that people did not like it, and I don't know anything because it says, as I saw, that people are saying that it was racist stereotypes towards the native Bolivians. So I'm sitting here and we're like, okay, but that's not okay. Either way, I gave it 2 stars anyway because I didn't really enjoy myself. I didn't really care for the story. I wish I did. I thought I would. This has been a book that's been on my wish list for a long time. So I thought that I would like this. But now I feel like, wait, where's my wish list? I feel I'm going to go and take it off that list because I do believe it's still there because I don't want to own this. I don't need to own this actually. It's not there. I have already removed it for another time, but I don't know when I did that. But apparently I've done it. Well, past Sandra knew. Past Sandra knew in her guts. So that is what I now know about this book. And now I started the next one yesterday, actually, which is The Shadows Between Us by Tricia Levenseller, which is the author of The Daughter of the Pirate King. I read Daughter of the Pirate King, the whole duology, which was actually in Oak Crate, and I did enjoy that. And I started this yesterday, as I said. It is dedicated to like a Slytherin romance, and it started out as a dedication, and I was like, ew, HB reference, hate it already. So now I'm just thinking that the author wrote it as a Slytherin in mind, which I can clearly see, but I'm trying to forget about that part. And I actually always wanted to buy this in hardcover, but I never did. And then it came out in these like the paperbacks I collect. So I just bought this, I think it was last year or something. And now I'm sitting here like, why did I buy this? I honestly don't need a physical copy. It also has a Damon Salvatore like Vampire Diaries introduction as well. So that is a thing. But it is about this girl who wants to marry their Shadow King and make him fall in love with her, and then she will kill him so she can be queen. And he's very like obscure and distant, so like we don't really know him that well yet. Why is there a Damon Salvatore quote in the beginning? Is this about vampires? I always assumed it was vampires, but it's like, it's not confirmed vampires yet. It's like secret vampires. So I guess we will know when we know. And now she's just like surviving in this court, trying to keep her secrets. And the king like is fake courting her, so people will back off, and then she will get connections and power because he thinks that she wants connections and power, but not want to be queen. But she definitely does. And that is kind of the storyline we have right now. She's just like doing politics. She's supposed to be like really smart, etc. But the tone the story is written in, it's very like, I don't know how to describe it. It's a bit like, it's like watching a movie on TV, like a Netflix original movie or something, that like the characters are supposed to be smarter than everyone else, but because of the genre it is put in, it is kind of like a bit stupid. Like the characters are not, they're smart compared to everyone else, and she's smart compared to everyone else, but because it's setting and the tone of the story, it's just like, well, it's because everyone is dumb. I don't know how to describe it. It's just like they're trapped within these walls of what it is like created. I don't know how to describe the like feeling, but like she is smarter than everyone else. But that is because of the story it is set in, the atmosphere of the story. I wouldn't call it juvenile because I feel like that's the wrong word. But whereas like, oh, it was very hard to describe it. But because of the atmosphere, it's like, I cannot take it fully seriously. It is very serious actually, but I'm not convinced about this character because she's very like, I'm so tough, I can do anything, la 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 la. But it's just, it feels forced. That's what I'm trying to say. It feels forced that she's supposed to be this kind of character. But yeah, either way, I'm gonna try to finish this today. It is a very pretty cover. I should have bought it in hardcover, but the more likely I wanted to keep it on. I don't know, but like, I'm not hating it. It's actually very entertaining, but it's just like setting a story makes it into a certain story. I don't know how to describe it. And I'm gonna go because I talked too long and I'm going to work. Yay. Okay, so last night I did finish. If I can grab the book. The Shadows Between Us by Tricia Lemonseller. I don't understand why I used so long on this book, but it's honestly it's a very simple book and I don't understand why. And it was entertaining. I would say I was entertained. I was laughing. It was funny because it was just like so typical and like predictable, but at the same time it managed to be entertaining and you were into the story. We have these characters, you know, she wanted to kill him, but then obviously she falls for him because like what else would it be about? I feel like it's like its own genre. The main character going after the main character to kill them, but then actually falls in love with them. Like, how many books? There should be a study on this. How many books can do this trope? And we will never get tired of it. But in a way, I liked it. But when I thought about the plot and how things played out and how like there was like certain troubles in this kingdom that this dude was ruling, and she just came up with these like solutions, and none of these like counselors could like give an answer or like any solutions that have been like counselors for years. I was like, what is going on right now? Why can this like 18-year-old girl figure this out, but you can't? And I thought that was like, just again, the way I described it is just the word that is said, and our main character is supposed to be smart, but considering how smart she is, also thought she was quite stupid. So it's just very interesting how it's like trying to present us with this certain character, and then like when you think about it, you're like, wait, that doesn't make any sense. But yeah, I will admit like the language, the rhythm of the story, it is fun, it is addicting, it is a fun, easy read. There's nothing wrong with the book altogether, but just like, I guess the quality of the story just doesn't live for me, even though I was entertained. But I was sitting there finishing the book and I was like, what did I just read? What did I just spend time on? I don't know. So like, a part of me would maybe give it a 3, but I'm giving it a 2 because I'm being so strict with all the others. Will I change anything in the end? I doubt it, but it's just the way it comes out. Like, after all, what better match for a Shadow King than a cunning villainous queen? I didn't feel like she was villainous just because you can look away from murder, or like, just because you don't react screamingly to killing doesn't mean that she was a villain. And there was another part of the book where like the Shadow King, like they had literally conquered all the lands around them, and everyone is just like no one cares that this is wrong. Because they're like, oh, we're so powerful, but I didn't really understand why there was such a powerful kingdom. It was never explained because yes, he had shadow powers, but they were useless. So like I didn't get, you know, like why they were so powerful, etc. Because the way he treated his army, etc., was very brutal, and the way it was made him to be this dark king. But I was just like, that just seems stupid because people would just hate you for this. I didn't really get it. Power of the kingdom, I felt like that was badly explained. However, there's like a companion / like sequel later in the box. I think that is like the July box for 2024, 4 years later. And I'm very curious to see how much the author has developed as a writer within the same world as well. So obviously I'm going to read that later for this vlog. So I'm curious about that one, comparing it to this one. And if we get to explore more of those themes, I'm like, haven't even read the synopsis. I don't know which characters are in that yet, which is obviously I will find out when I read that later. I don't know if it's a direct sequel or a companion, but we shall see. Yeah, and then I actually started the next one for this vlog, which is The Bone Criers Moon by Catherine Prudy. Is that a name? Catherine Prudy, yes. This one I have heard about and I've seen around and I've been wanting to read it for a while. I've debated buying it many times, but then I never did. But I've been curious about it, but then I've been like, I'm not gonna like that. I read 100 pages so far. So far, enjoyable. But guess what it is about? It's about characters wanting to kill each other because there's these bone criers and they live in kind of like this society. I wouldn't even call it society, but like this, I don't even know the word. I guess society, but society makes it sound like high society, but it's not. It's like out in the forest. And they like have these rituals, etc. Among them is that like when they kill like different creatures, for example a shark, you get the bone from them and you get like the shark's strength. For example, there's a jaguar, they kill one, they get the bone for the jaguar, you get the jaguar's I don't know, speed, I don't know. And there's like these rituals, you have different bones under this bridge, and then they have to kill a dude for like sacrifice for their god. And then our main dude's father was killed in this way, and he saw this happen, and now he has like used the last 8 years training to get revenge and killing all the bone criers because like they killed his father. So he went for revenge, and then we have these two girls that is going to do this ritual, and then he comes and interrupts it, and then the story is playing out from there. I do assume that someone's going to fall in love, but we have the point of view of two girls and one guy, and I'm unsure if who is going to end up with the guy right now, because like my dad is walking outside. I guess it is the girl that he has now taken or not, but like I feel like it's going to be about them coming to terms to their own. I think the magic system so far is really interesting, and like yes, it is about the plot where he wants to kill them, but we should see how it develops. I got shy now. I'm going to try to finish it today, but it's actually really long. It's like 500 pages almost. So yeah, I think I will finish that today, but I am behind, so we shall see. Either way, I didn't hate, by the way, the shadow between us like the others. Like, I actually cared about parts of it. I just felt like when I thought about it more, it felt stupid. So that's why I got a low rating. Born Crier's Moon so far has potential. Crossing my fingers. Hello! And I did finish Born Crier's Moon, and it was honestly a bit of a joy. I really enjoyed myself, which is as surprising to me as it is to you, don't worry. I already explained the plot and everything, but one of the biggest reasons that I enjoyed it so much is that it hints at miscommunication trope in a way that a certain thing happens to one of the characters, and then you expect the other character to be like, oh my god, she's gonna hate her for this, or he's gonna hate her for this, or etc. Or like it's gonna be a big misunderstanding that they're gonna hate each other for, and then they don't. They just like think through it, and they're like, oh my god, this person wouldn't even know this, so I actually don't have a reason to be mad at this person. Or it feels sad, but like, again, this person didn't know this, so I'm just gonna try to help them instead. And I'm like, characters with brain cells in a YA fantasy, characters things true in a YA fantasy, and don't jump to conclusions and use their brain cells. That alone, because we didn't have that annoying like that someone thinks this thing and it's not this thing, was just so refreshing and nice. And I really enjoyed that they had 3 point of views. They all were very different voices. They all went to different things. They all had different developments. I love how we had to work like in different places, and the reviews that came out was actually very, very fun. Some obviously predictable, but like then another aspect came in towards the end, and I was like, what is going on right now? It was such a joy to read. I honestly feel like I couldn't predict this one as well as the others. I felt like it set itself out a bit because we follow, as I said, 3 point of views, a different cool kind of world, even though I do feel like the people with powers, they get very easily overpowered, but such is life. And obviously it's still flawed, it's not perfect. There was, as I said, predictability to it, but still like so many aspects that I didn't see coming. And now I really, really want to read the sequel. I do hope that I enjoy that as much, and if I do, I would definitely buy it, like duology. Or it can like be super disappointing, who knows. I feel like now we are gonna get to the full reveals, get to the conclusions in the second one, right? Because this is only duology. So I feel like that could be the best yet to come. But it was honestly such an enjoyable thing. I really enjoyed all the characters of the point of views. There was one character I didn't enjoy, and then that character almost died. I was very happy, but then I survived and I got a bit sad, but such is life. But yeah, it was a good time, and I give it actually 4 out of 5 stars because I did enjoy myself a lot. I did like the world, I like the characters, I cared about the plots. That says a lot for this vlog. So yeah, now I'm gonna start my next one, which is Incendiary. Cecilia just told me how to pronounce this and I forgot. But Zoraida Cordova, which I heard about. I've seen it cover around. I've been wanting to read it. I really do hope I like it. This is also like 450 pages long, so like almost 500 pages again. And I really hope it will surprise me as Born Crier's Moon just did, because I was very unsure if they would just fall into, you know, all the tropes that we have been experiencing here, but they didn't, which makes me incredibly happy. So I hope that this one does the same. It doesn't need to have no tropes, by the way, because obviously Born Crier's Moon literally starts out with one of the characters wanting to kill the other, which is like we had a 1400 times here, or marriage. It's either those two, nothing in between. I'm very, very curious to see how Incendiary will hold up. I will get back to you very soon. Okay, so it's been a little moment my life lifed. So hello, I have been reading, but not as much as per usual that I was supposed to do, but I did finish Incendiary. however we pronounce that. So we follow Renata, who was taken from kind of the king, and then she grew up among these like rebels, and then she can touch things and see kind of their stories. And then she's kind of playing what's gonna say, because we on the side with these rebels or this other group that's kind of against the empire, but then they take from her someone she loved among them, and now she's going after the Hunt Empire. I wouldn't exactly call it empire, but like I guess the royals. And it's a bit like, who is she supposed to be loyal to? Like the people who took her, and who was like really the good or the bad guys. I felt like the book played well on that. And then also we had some interesting plot twists in the end. But overall, like the story, I wasn't as interesting when she was going back and forth. When we were like, I guess, investigating and invading and different stuff. Not invading, but like, what's it called? Sneaking around. The way it was written, I was not engaged in the conflict, kinda. I just didn't care about our journey for our main character, which is a bit sad to say, you know. But overall, like, I didn't hate it, but I did give it 2 because it just wasn't interesting, even though I felt like parts of it could have been cool if I just enjoyed it more at this time. You know what I mean? Like a lot of these other books here, I feel bad for them. I feel bad for all of this. I feel bad for this whole vlog. So I give it like a 2 because like I didn't care about anything, but I wish I did, because when I thought about it, I was like, okay, but it was a bit cool. But then like, because I just didn't care, didn't feel for the story that much, I just like, but I feel I can't give it a 3 because I wasn't really enjoying myself, you know. Well, that was that. I'm so sorry for existing. The next we have is actually a book I already read many years ago. Oh, but I'm dropping it. This is Girl Serpent Thorn. I can't say that. I was just gonna check when I read it, which was apparently September 2021. It's not that long ago, but it is a while ago. Are we not basically 2021 in this box though? No, we are in May 2020. This is actually a queer sapphic story. I read this because I was reading for like a challenge where I had to read a sapphic book that was recommended to me on TikTok or something, and this was the first that showed up. Not a sapphic one, sorry, a queer book. What was this book about? I think I'm just like checking the synopsis really quick. It's about this girl who she touch things and then they can die, and then she's like hidden away all her life, and then she's taken kind of by this demon that can help her, and then she's like always been told she's a monster, but is she a monster or is she just a normal girl that has been cursed? And I think I remember I enjoy like the kind of fairy tale feeling to the story. It was fun, it was interesting, like to follow like her captive and like etc. But I did only give it 3 stars. It was enjoyable. It wasn't terrible. I didn't like hate the writing. I did care for main character. But I did also, this is now in my unhaul pile. Like that was where I had to go and find it. And I'm planning to film a huge unhaul sometime this year or early next year, which is why it's just been lying there. And it's been lying there for months now, and I was like, I need to think on a pile if I like actually want to unhaul it, and I do, because like I honestly don't remember much about it. It's a book that was fine when I read it, but it's not like memorable for me, so like I'm not keeping it, and I doubt I would want to reread it. And now I'm having a hair in my eye. I gave it a 3. It was fine. I feel like I didn't describe it that well because I don't remember it that well, but like for what it was totally fine, and I liked the like fairy tale feeling to the story. The next one I also read, and that is actually, I have the FAES edition, which is Force of Souls by Laurie M. Lee. I don't remember why, but I bought this box. I don't remember why. There was something in the box I wanted. I don't know. But it has like reverse dust jacket art, if I can show you. Oh, it just popped off. Wonderful. Look, it is actually very cool. Very nice art, actually. And they didn't do the rest of the series, but I do own it. I have bought them myself, and they're just like normal hardcover editions. I remember enjoying this, even though I feel like most people hated it, but I thought it was really fun. It's for Saoirse, and she is the first soul guide in living memory, so she's like glowing of light, and she's then need to go to this forest to the Spider King. That's basically it. I mean, it's not fantastic, obviously, and it's not like the best book ever, but I remember being entertained by it. I was intrigued of when she went to visit the king, and I liked it, even though obviously it has like a lot of like typical tropes. I was just trying to see what I'm rating it. I feel like I gave it a 4. Force of Soul. But maybe I gave it a 3. I gave it a 4! Look at me. I remember people really didn't love it, but I thought it was fun for what it was. And there was like friendship in it. It was just like very easy paced and just like entertaining for what it was. I remember enjoying it. And that's why I bought the rest of the series. I mean, I usually just buy the rest, even though I didn't love the first one, but I'm trying to get better at that. But I have bought it and I'm really interested in reading it. So I feel like it makes sense then that I enjoyed it. So I give it a 4. Would I give it a 4 now if I was reading it for this vlog? No idea, but that is the rating I gave it, and I feel like I would just stand by that. Then I read Shielded by Kaylin Flanders. This follows a young girl who needs to get married. And I'm just like, seriously? So Osha has this ability where she can kind of read emotions into people. I feel like we had this plot before somewhere. And now she's sent away to this strange kingdom because like there is war looming and she is basically sent away for safety. And she's trying to find out that she's badass. On the road, for example, she needs to survive a bit in the wilderness. That was the time. And I'm just like, kind of political intrigue and like stuff happening in a home kingdom and we are supposed to be sad about, and I'm just like, I don't care. I didn't care for the story. I didn't care for a main character. I feel like my brain at this point just turns off a bit when we have a main character being a princess and she needs to get married, because I just like, I don't care. But maybe that will be better later. I just feel like the things that happened, it was just like a bit whatever. I feel like I enjoyed, for example, Incendiary more than this, for example. We had a bit of a different setup, and this one just didn't give anything to me. And I gave it 1 star because sad life, but such is life. Even in the plot twist in the end, I was just like, okay. So I just didn't care. That is fun. That is fun. I just feel like sometimes the books just, they need to give a bit more, like a bit more complexity and like world building or anything, or not the same character like 14 times. So that would have been great. I have started the next one, which is Star Daughter by Sheveta Takrar, which I know I'm not pronouncing correctly. And this one follows a young girl who is half a star, like her mother and her father made a baby, and her mother is a star. And she's half a star, so she has like complete white hair, which she's been coloring all her life to hide it. And now she's basically living like a normal teenage girl in the America, I was about to say, in the United States, even though her family is from India. And she's just like dating this boy, and stuff happens, and I feel like she's gonna go out and try to find her mother or something. I have only read 100 pages, and there's like this stuff that happened with her boyfriend. Yeah, that turned out that he knew he was a star all along, and she wants to find out more about her powers, etc. I was a bit surprised because I, for some reason, just didn't know it was like set in our world. I was just like, I don't know, I just thought that it was like a high fantasy story because of like the cover and the title, which is obviously like just me. And then turned out to be more like set in our world, more modern, etc. Like obviously they drive, they go to the hospital, etc. But she's more like entering a fantastic world, which I feel like most of the ones we had, not all, but most, have been not in our world. Am I just completely wrong? I'm just looking over the things. I feel like we have not been in our world most of the time. So just like Sunday when we were in our world, I'm mixing them together. I mean, Wicked Fox was in our world, but you know, like 80% of the ones we had not been in our world. So I just thought that was like a nice refresher, even though then the tone of the main character became very modern and like really like a bit like almost white contemporary at times. And I was just like, oh, this is totally like a different vibe then, because like the main character has like different thoughts and like it has grown up in a different world. So that was interesting, but like also a bit like, oh my god, this is different. But maybe that's a good thing. I heard mixed things about this, so we should see how I feel. It's also standalone, which is interesting. But I will let you know when I finish it. That's why we're here. See you soon. Okay, guys. Settle in for another long one because I was lazy and life was lifing once again, so I didn't get to upload the vlog. But I have finished a couple of more titles for this, and I feel like we are closing into the end. I feel like, I mean, slightly. Maybe not. I finished Star Daughter, which I talked about that I started it, I think. And this one follows a young girl who is half a star, as I said. And again, surprised by, yeah, I did talk about this already. I just had a recollection now. But like surprised that it was in a modern setting. But then instead of focusing on her being half a star, she is looking for a mother, etc. It focused on this weird like talent show thing, and I was just like, what is going on right now? It was super weird like subplot that carried the story forward, and it made the whole thing super interesting, and I was very disappointed to not like it, because I did in the beginning think it was intriguing. I liked the stories of the stars, etc., but then it just gave me nothing because of this weird plot that we had, and I ended up giving it like 2 out of 5 stars, even though I feel like I could have enjoyed it more if it just had a different plot, but like with the same concept of her being half a star. Then we have Fable by Adriana Young. And this one I read many years ago when it was first initially released in 2020. That was a weird way to say 2020. I got an e-arc for this, I think, and I read it, and then I was going to buy physical, and then I never did, and I'm probably not. This was a girl that is put by her father on this island to survive, and then she's finally going to escape after all these years, and she joins this crew. It was very like found family-esque, and I did enjoy that at the time. I thought that the found family was very nice. I did enjoy like the story. She's after revenge after her father to leave her on this island that never wanted her, and I thought it was fun. I heard a lot of people like not liking it later, and I was like, what? It was super fun. In reflection, I don't think maybe it was the best thing, but it was entertaining enough for me. However, I never read a sequel. And I do think the cover is pretty and ugly at the same time, because it's literally like a face with red hair. But then I do believe maybe the Fairyloot ones look different and maybe are prettier. But yeah, I feel like I rounded up to 4 at the point, but I feel like I would just give it a 3 now, because it was entertaining. It wasn't the most terrible thing, and found family is my weak spot, so we love to see that for me. Then we have Kingdom of the Wicked by Carrie Maniscalco. This is a finished trilogy that I actually finished this year, and it follows these two twins, not two twins. The one is this one pair of twins, and one of them dies. So the other one goes on this investigation to see why she died, and then she comes into a deal with one of the kings of hell, and then this kind of murder mystery set in Italy or Sicily, I think it is. So the first one is like a murder mystery YA with like not sexy sex, but like in spice, but like with hinted sexy scenes and like suspense, because we are with the Princess of Hell. And then the third book is literally just nuts. It just changed genre mid-series. I personally didn't love the first one as like a murder mystery as it was. I didn't enjoy the book even then. And then when I read the third book, because we're forgetting the second book, when we were literally just trying to have sex all the time, I didn't enjoy that either. So overall, I don't like the series. I feel like I give it 3 when I read it as To Be Kind, but then the latest ones I gave like 2, I think. I don't remember even. I think maybe I have a review of the second one on my channel, and I think I gave that a 3. I'm having a hard time, but it would be a 2 now. It would be a 2 today. So that is what I got to say about that. It's not a series for me. I know a lot of people love it. I just think it's weird that we kind of changed genre within the series, and I didn't like it as like a not serious smutty book, and I didn't like it as a serious not smutty book. So yeah. Then we have These Violent Delights by Chloe Gong, and I actually have the favorite edition of this. I don't know why I just randomly had this one. Did I just like buy this one box? Don't have any recollection as to why. Maybe it was something in the box I wanted. But this one is a historical fiction. I was going to say YA fiction, but obviously everything here is YA. It's set in 1926 Shanghai, and it's a Romeo and Juliet retelling. We have these 2 different gangs that are against each other in Shanghai, and then these monsters come out, and then these 2, a boy and a girl. Julie, her name is not Juliet. Yeah, it is Juliet, but like with ETTE, and Roma need to work together. And I do think that it is cool with a new setting, like historical setting in Shanghai. Like, where do you get that in like other, I was gonna say obviously in other books, but within the YA fantasy genre? I just think like the concept that Chloe Wrong writes not always follows up with like the actual books itself. It's a bit like Renee Ahdieh, where like they are enjoyable, but they sound much cooler than they actually are. I don't know how to describe it, but I do think that they're good, entertaining books and all that. It's just like they just sound so much cooler than what they bring. I remember being a bit frustrated because I didn't care as much for the characters and like them come together as I wanted to, because they do have kind of history together as well. And I also finished the whole duology, and in the second book, the plot is literally the same as the first one, and I was sitting there like, am I reading the same book again when I started the second one? So that was shocking. I feel like I gave this 4 and the second one 3, but at least that's what I think. But I feel like I would give this a 3 now. So I didn't like hate it or anything like that. I do think it's a very pretty book. I do like the setting and the atmosphere. I just don't think it's written well enough for me to like absolutely love it and give it a 4 today. But I liked it much more than a lot of the things here. And I don't think it's a bad book. I think it's a good recommendation and it's a good setting and all that. It's just, I feel like it's one of those books, if you read a lot, it doesn't stand out as being like super, super interesting. Maybe is the words for it. I don't know how to speak about books. So the next one Fairyloot did was Master of One by Jada Jones and Danny Bennett. This one was a Facing Gaze pick actually for Facing Gaze. I don't know when, but it was like a Pride month somewhere. This one follows a band of mischiefs, I was going to say, that are going to go on a heist. So it's a heist story. We have different characters collecting for this heist, and we're going to steal from the queen or something. This is, I'm sorry to say, one of the most hated books we ever read for Hazing Gaze. I mean, one of our hosts likes it, but between me and Cecilia, we don't enjoy this book. We have it as a meme now, and I'm so sorry to this book. I'm like, I feel like there's other people that really enjoyed it, but for us, like the characters weren't developed. The heist part was just not it. Also, Cecilia hates heists, so it was a interesting pick for us to do overall. And now I'm just laughing at it when I look at it. This is in my own whole pie because like, why I'm gonna keep a book I gave like literally, I feel like I gave it 2 to be kind, but it's literally a 1 star because it was terrible. I did not enjoy it. It couldn't develop anything it wanted to do, or the world, or the characters, or the heist was not it. So for me, it was not a book at all. I feel like other people maybe could enjoy it. Like certain kind of audiences I have in mind, I could recommend this for. I can see that in my mind. But for me, absolutely not. Absolutely not. And it's hilarious. It looks so nice. I did barely touched it when I read it, apparently. Now we have a book that I actually read for this vlog. I just didn't update, as we know. I read Lore by Alexander Bracken the other day, and I owned this for years. It was in my maybe to be on hold pile. I just need to read it first, and it's definitely been on hold because I absolutely did not enjoy myself. This is a Greek mythology retelling. It's set in a setting where Zeus every week changes one of the gods in Olympus to be mortal, and then they get hunted down every time this happens, as like because he is trolling. And then we have our main characters going after revenge for like family basically that was murdered because of this. And then we have Athena that shows up and wants to deal with Lore, and then she also meets this dude from her past. I just, the way this was written, the way the setting was, I love Greek mythology. I love Percy Jackson like everyone else. I read other books with Greek mythology I love mythology in general. But this was just not it. It was just a mess for me. The plot twist was just, I was just like sitting there like literally laughing because I was like, this is so stupid. And I just didn't enjoy myself. And I honestly thought that I would. I honestly thought that because it seems fun, that's why I picked it up. I was like, oh my god, Alexander Bracken, Greek mythology. I thought it would be really fun, obviously because I bought it. And I never read an Alexander Bracken book before. I have all of the Darkest Minds. I have the Wayfarer. My first impression is not so well right now. It is the kind of YA that I feel like can be enjoyable, but I kind of grown out of it. So it's just like, I feel like if I read it a couple of years ago, I could have had completely different feelings towards it. But right now, I'm just like, this is not it. Just not well developed, not interesting enough, not engaging enough, not well written enough for me. I just didn't care about a single thing, and it's gonna get on hold. And I gave it 1 star. I bet I've given it 1 star. I literally forget my ratings like the second after I gave it, apparently. Then I read This Golden Flame by Emily Victoria. This book annoys me for the reason that it wasn't available and Libby didn't show up. So I bought the ebook because it was like $3. And then later it was available anyway. And then I just used $3 on nothing I needed to actually spend money on. Either way, that's not actually the book's fault. This was just so interesting that I've already forgotten about it, and it's only been a few days. We have a main character who's looking for her brother, and then we have another dude main character who is running away from his father. He has daddy issues or something. And their paths crosses and like they meet, they're on the ship. And I usually love ships, just saying. And then they're gonna go and do their stuff. And it was like a 260-page book. It was so short. They managed to do a lot of things in these 260 pages. Like, did they take a whole last city? Probably. And I was just like, what is going on? Do I care? No. I mean, we had some contenders that, like, at least can be memorable. But this was just, like, absolutely gave me absolutely nothing. It blends in with, like, the billion other wife fantasies that you forget about. And I'm sad. But I gave it 1 star, I think. And now we can go on to the next one. The last one I read, The Bright and the Pale by Jessica Rubin-Kwopsky. This is kind of a polar fantasy, which is kind of fun. Actually, I'm curious, what does like the actual synopsis say? Most of the book, we are out in the wild because our main character partner, but not like actually they were together, but they were just partners. They were working on this lady, and he died, but then apparently he was not dead after all. And then they're going out on this mission, and then they're in these caves, and it's cold. But what does like the synopsis say? Yes, she's running for the Tsar, who was after people who was from like her village. And then she has been taken in by this lady. She also kind of wants revenge, obviously, for the death of her family, etc. And be mostly just in these caves, try to escape, etc. It's again a short, like 330-page book. Reveals out their plot twists, there is magic, etc. And like I didn't hate it, honestly. Like there was parts that was a bit interesting. I thought it was a bit stupid though, because it was very obvious the whole time. But at least it kept it going a bit, because I do like an icy setting. I just thought our main character was really stupid though. Like that annoyed me. I was just like, why are you so stupid? And again, you know, everything is underdeveloped, and I just didn't love anything. But there were some parts in the end where I was like, oh, this is slightly interesting. I'm keeping my eye on this. And then it ended, and I was just like, lol. I give it a 2. I don't think it's just a 1. It was a bit better, but not like amazing or anything, clearly, since I gave it a 2. Okay, so that was all the books that I have read and I have read in the past. And now we can go to the next one, which is The Prison Healer by Lynette Nani. So I'm hopefully starting that today. And this one I heard loads about. I know the Fairyloot do the whole series, but I didn't buy them, obviously. I know people really, really like this series. I assume there is someone in prison who can heal. And I've been kind of curious about it. That like, will I like this if I read this? I've been thinking, I've been debating it. So now I have expectations. And are they going to be crushed? Probably. I hope not. So we shall see what happens. So see you soon. So last night I did finish The Prison Healer, which, well, basically follows this girl who has been in prison since she was like 7, and it's now been 10 years, and she's always wanted to escape, and she got messages that her family is on the way to save her, but like it's been a really long time and no one has come. And then this prisoner arrives to the prison, who is supposedly the rebel queen, like against the royal family. And then she's told to keep her alive, and she's trying her best, and there's this trial to take her place in them. And there's also sickness going on in this prison, and she's trying to figure out like what's behind that, because she's the healer there. And it was a bit dark because we are in a prison, and like obviously it's terrible. Focus like on a healer main character that like trying to be the most badass ever, if you know what I mean. I do think that the author managed to trick us a bit for certain things, because if you go into check reviews, everyone is talking about the ending, and the ending was smashing. Like, I feel like I was suspecting parts of it, but it was still fun to see it happen and see it play out. And while I also saw people, for example, saying it's a bit repetitive because like she does a trial, and then like she's trying to figure out the sickness, and then she does a trial, and she's trying to fight out the sickness. I still do believe that all this made us care for the characters and the plot, and still wanted us to see it through the end, even though it does feel a bit repetitive. I feel like it still worked incredibly well. I really did enjoy many parts of it, and like the characters, I don't care for the love interest or whatever, but just the way she cared about other people. And then, like, as I said, the plot twist that came in the end, it made me want to check out the sequel instantly, which I obviously can't do because I need to still read books for this vlog. But it is available at the library, and I'm excited to hopefully get it. Like, if I can finish the whole trilogy before like the year is over, I will be very happy. And like it wants me to continue, and that is a really good thing. So because of this, I did give it a 4. I feel like if I was going to give it like the re-rating would be 3.5, but like as we know, we are rounding here, because I feel like I choose a bit too low considering how invested I was in the story. While I still don't think it's like the most original fantastic thing ever, I do realize I like a prison setting. I like an isolating setting that we can explore and challenge, and I feel like that's what this book did. The trials, however, were absolutely mad. I didn't understand them, and I feel like that was kind of the point. Turned off for the twist in the end, and I did enjoy that. So I thought that was fun. I thought it was a good time. Literally the last page, I was just like, it was marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. So yeah, now I'm starting the next one, which is Steeped in Gold by Synanon Smart. And this one, I don't know like the synopsis of, obviously, as per usual, but I am very excited for it. As you can see on it already, and I hope I will like it a lot, because I have been excited for it for a long while. If I will, time will tell, and I will let you know. I should read it today, and you should see me later. Oh my god, days passed, and I couldn't finish my book. Like, I call it a slump, but I did eventually finish, which is Steeped in Gold. Did not really enjoy myself. Very sad to say. The cover, look at it, it looks amazing. I just didn't care. It was about these two witches that need to work together, and it's bases itself on Nigerian myths and legends, etc., which I thought was cool. Like, just the story, the way it was written, the characters. I wasn't engaged in any of that, or like the plot for that matter. I was just like snoozing throughout this whole book, which I'm really sad to say. And I just didn't want to pick it up. I haven't felt this strongly in a while, but I honestly don't think it's completely the book's fault. It's just that I read so many books for this vlog now that if they don't immediately grip my attention, I'm just bored and I wanted to get over with in a way, which is just like a bit sad since like this was further down, you know. Maybe I would have been more optimistic before, but honestly, I was very excited for it. I don't know if like I should try it again when like I'm in a different kind of mood because like I'm a weird reading mood because of this vlog, or if I just realize I didn't enjoy it. But I do have the sequels as well, so I will read that eventually. But just very sad because I honestly thought I would really enjoy it, but I also like I was like, it's just me, but it seemed like a lot of people felt the same way, so that is also even kind of sadder. So I give it like a 2, and I don't want to think about it anymore. Is Fire with Fire by Destiny Soria. No idea what that is about or anything. I don't think I've seen it. Like, I mean, maybe I've seen a couple before, but I like don't know anything about it. But honestly, at this point, do I even have hope? I don't know. I say that like I read only terrible books. I have read a couple I have enjoyed, but yeah, let's go. So I did finish Fire with Fire by Destiny Soria, which basically followed these dragon hunters that finds out, I guess, that they want to be friends with the giants instead anyway. And I will be honest, the moment I opened this book and I was on page 2, I knew I'm not going to enjoy the book. It's just the way the tone from the main character was just like, I was going to say childish, which is maybe rude to say since considering it's a YA and it's considered towards teens. It was just like the way, the tone of our main character. I was like, oh my god, I hate her. I guess it was because we literally started the book like driving down the motorway or something. I guess I just lately, I mean, it's not a complete lie because there is one book here that is kind of almost in our world, but not completely, that I did enjoy, that I listened to audiobook and we'll talk about later. I just zone out a bit when we are in our world. I just don't think our world is that interesting. And it just like made me not care for the story. I didn't care for these characters. They're about 2 sisters and yeah, them, the dragon thing, and nothing about this book was appealing to me. I just knew it from very early on, which is a bit sad to say, but it is what it is. I didn't like how it was written. I didn't like the characters. I didn't care for the world or the plot or anything. So again, I give 1 star, which I feel bad about, but I wanted it to be over, and I am sad about it. I'm suffering. Okay, I thought that I was going to be done by this vlog 2 weeks ago, so I'm suffering. Okay. As for the next one, luckily for me, it is actually 6 Crimson Cranes by Elizabeth Lim, which is a book that I actually adore. It is like a retelling of like a fairy tale. I don't know, like the Seven Swans fairy tale. We have a main character who is being cursed by a stepmother, and her brothers turn to swan in day and then into themselves again at night. She is not recognized and she cannot talk about her curse to anyone. She's a princess and they were a princess, and she is going out to try to break her curse. It is an absolutely marvelous, beautiful story. I absolutely love this first one. It's just like the way I did not think it was gonna knock my feet off, like the way I did when I read it. But it's just like the way you feel like that fairy tale, but then like obviously with inspiration from like Asian, I was gonna say myth or lore is maybe the wrong word, and also just this journey my character takes is so fabulous. I enjoyed it so much. I have read a sequel and didn't love it as much. I felt like it really let me down and I don't want to think about it. It is more of a standalone for me. The same with her other books. I also read a prequel to this, which I loved, if I can say it even more. The urge I have to reread this right now is immense. And I gave it, I think, a very strong 4 when I read it. I feel like comparing it to the other books in this vlog, I could almost give it a 5, but we are standing with a 4 now. And it just immersed me so deeply when I read it, I remember. And it was such an enjoyable ride that I didn't think it was going to be. I do not have the Fairyloot edition, just have the ordinary UK hardback. And I'm happy for it because it's very pretty. It has a very pretty cover. Even though I do really enjoy the US cover too, even though like it was with a girl, but I really like that art style. I think it's really nice. So that was that. And then the next one is These Hollow Woes. Or Woes by Lexi Ryan. And I actually started this last night. I'm 100 pages in. This one we have our main character's been living like in depth or like whatever we call it, or her life. Her sister's been taken into Fairy and she has made this deal with like the Unseelie King that he will fear if she steals some for him from the Seelie Queen. And then she also has this encounter with a prince whose name is Ronan. And then that's how the story started. I guess that's like kind of the plot. She's going to see these things and she can't tell anyone about it to save her sister. So far, I'm not like, the way it's written, again, it's just very like, nothing stands out in a way. I read it before. I experienced this story before. Saw it was going to be Fairy and a deal. I was just like, is it going to do it well? I don't know. But I mean, it is a bit entertaining so far. I kind of like feel like it's a lighthearted, interesting. Parts of it could be interesting. But another part of me is like, I just know it's going to be trash and I'm going to hate it. So like, I'm on two sides. It's like, this is slightly more entertaining than the other things I read lately. But yeah, I didn't know we had a FAE in it. I knew about it because we had it in our store, etc. But I didn't really have any interest in reading it. And here we are. So yeah, I am finishing that now. So I'll let you know how it's gonna go. Okay, so I finished a couple of things. I finished These Hollow Woes by Lexi Ryan, which just kind of went exactly where I thought it was gonna go. It just wasn't entertaining or good for me, which I feel is really weird because I feel like it had a lot of elements in why that I enjoy, but just the way it played out, I was just like, it ended up being too predictable and boring for me. I just didn't care for the characters. I didn't care about her like going between like the Seelie and Unseelie, and I wanted to be interested in it, but like when the bargain came out, when I saw how the story would play out, I was just like, it's gonna go exactly like this, and it did. Also, she used a lot of time and energy saving her sister. And then, I'm not going to spoil it if she did or not, but I was just like, why did you do all this if you're not gonna... I'm not going to finish a sentence. That annoyed me. So I ended up just not really caring, which is honestly bad. It reminded me of one of the books I read for this. I just like, for some reason, that this just didn't work for me at all. I guess it's something to do with the predictability. I missed like Bone Cries Moon, for example, where I was super engaged and really liked the characters and like couldn't see where the story was going. Give it 1 star, which seems very rough, but such is life here in this Fairyloot vlog. My life is rough right now, okay? Okay? Then I also started, sorry, I need to dig it out, The Friday Night by Bridget Kemmerer. This I actually borrowed at the library, as you can see, because it wasn't available at any of the libraries that I have when I was gonna, like digitally, when I was gonna soon read it. But then I spent so long time starting because I procrastinated that it was available. So I didn't actually read it in this, even though it's a nice condition, etc. But I had it at least in case. And it was a struggle to get it, but I did get it in my library. Obviously, it doesn't hurt anyone that I borrowed this. But I'm gonna return it, and I did read it. I have a turbulent history with this author because I did read A Curse So Dark and Lonely that I talked about earlier in this vlog, because I read that from before, and I talked about how much I love that. But I like that series went, to hell. And this just, I didn't care for either. We have kind of like a prince, and then also on the other side, a princess, and not a princess, and like a girl working in with the rebels, and then like they go against the family, and then we are trying to fight for the people. And I just didn't care. I didn't care for the people. I didn't care for these two characters that always they fall for each other. I don't know. I feel like this author just maybe lost my trust. I might have gone into it a bit judgy because of this, but it wasn't an engaging story either for me. I didn't care, and I gave it 1 star again. Like, I was trying in the end when like super dramatic things were happening. I was just like, this could have been cool if I cared in the slightest. It could have been cool. But I just... The writing, the characters, the world, I just didn't care. Curse of Dark and Lonely, still amazing. This just didn't give me anything. At least, I'm gonna add, at least the Revolution was a bit more interesting than in some of the other Revolution books I've read here. But I still gave it 1 star. The next book that I should have read is then Once Upon a Broken Heart. This one I already read and it's my copy. It was really because I got the arc of the second book in the series, and I read that and this one, and I had to buy this to read that other one because then at the time I bought everything I had to read because I didn't have access to the library as I do now. Either way, And it follows basically Evangeline, who, well, she thinks she's gonna have the happily ever after. Then her love marries someone else, and she cures a lot of people. And then she comes into like this, I was gonna say not necessarily a deal, but like this wicked relationship with the Prince of Hearts. He says, I can't explain it. Then there's like a kind of game or like stuff between them. I guess I found them entertaining. I feel like the book struggled with knowing if it wanted to be like a YA fun fairy tale-esque field story or if it wanted to be like a fantasy romance. And I feel like because suddenly, in for example, the second book, we have like kind of sexy scenes, not like spicy, but sexy scenes. Obviously, there are different levels, and I was just like, I felt like that was very different from the vibe of what the story wanted to be. So I struggle with like with the limitations the story wanted. I feel like I would have enjoyed it more if we were just trying to keep ourselves in fun YA fairy tale-esque story, or if we went all out in the romance. This focus on the romance has the stupid reasons they can't be together, etc. It made me laugh out loud. But yeah, I guess it reminded me in that way of like Kingdom of Wicked, where like it was trying to decide between being a mystery, murder mystery, and like a fantasy romance. I haven't read the third book, but I don't know. I think parts of this was really fun. I feel like I gave this a 3. I feel like I gave the second one a 3. So we can keep a 3 for this. But I'm obviously not going to reread it. But yeah, it's been a while and I haven't read the third book yet. So maybe I should. So the next one I need to read, which I'm going to start right now, is Jade Fire Gold by Ju Xiaotan, which I own, as you can see. I bought this and I was very excited for it, and now I heard terrible things about it. That was my door slamming closed. Now I don't know if I will like it, but oh my god, the font is ginormous. I'm obviously going to read it on my Kindle. I know it's a standalone, I know it's an Asian inspired fantasy. I do hope I will like it, but we shall see if I do. Then if I don't, I can unhaul that. I will let you know when I finished it, which will hopefully be today, unless I start procrastinating. See you soon. So I did finish Jade Fire Gold. I wish I loved it. We had like this young girl that basically is an orphan and she finds out she has power. We have an heir, which is the prince, and he is basically trying to take back his kingdom. It was apparently pitched, I didn't know this, but I was looking at some reviews, and it was apparently pitched as like Sorrow and Cortana from Avatar Saber, that they get their romance. I never crossed my mind that that was like what it was pitched at, but apparently a lot of people beat it up because of that and were so really disappointed. Didn't really care for their chemistry, if they had any. Didn't really care for the characters or like them getting where I want to go. Like I thought the beginning was very interesting and setting up these characters, and then I didn't enjoy them. When we like stuff come together, it was just like very jolted and it didn't like flow as nicely. Like the scenes were very random, so I just like had to like be confused several times, like where are we right now, what is going on. The plot itself wasn't like amazing, and I didn't really get the epilogue, what was going on there. Obviously I enjoy like the inspired of Chinese it was, and I like enjoyed those parts, but like it didn't really give anything amazing or like that I found enjoyable. I thought the epilogue meant that it would be a sequel, but it seems to be a standalone, so I don't know. Maybe a sequel will come in like 14 years. It's a typical setup and it was enjoyable, but then it just didn't manage to have a good execution for me to love it. So I gave it a 2, which is sad, but that's just this whole vlog. It's just sad, honestly. So my next read is Year of the Reaping. Year of the Reaper. That was the title. By Makia Lucier, which I actually had on my to read for a long time. I do think so. Or is that another book? Is that Year of the Witching? Year of the Witching. It might be actually the one I was thinking about. Yes, that has been on my list for a long time. I don't know about this one. It seems to follow something to do with death. So let's hope it's better than anything else here. Okay, so I finished a couple more books. The next one was, as you know, Year of the Reaper. Didn't really enjoy this one. Surprise. The only thing I enjoyed about it is that we had a male POV, because there's usually not male POVs in YA fantasy, which is granted then one positive of the book. It was kind of set after like this thing inspired the Black Plague, is that what it's called in English? I actually am unsure. And he has returned like back to his homeland, his place, and there's like politics against him, etc. He's like looking for a killer, etc. And I just didn't care. There was nothing engaging about the story. It didn't have substance. Cover though is stunning, and I feel like it tricks me into thinking that it's not even like a YA fantasy. It is more, and I did think that it was actually fun to have a mid POV. If this had not been maybe within the YA genre and it could have gone further, maybe it would have been more enjoyable. But for me, it ended up being a 2-star, which is the theme for this vlog. My average rating for this year is going to be insane. But then I had a huge surprise. I read Only a Monster by Vanessa Lam. And I thought for some reason that this was the same author as one of the other books I read all the way in the beginning, Vassa in the Night. But that's probably just because that was called Vassa and the author of this is called Vanessa. But I was wrong. And this one follows this young girl that finds out that she can travel in time. But by doing so, she needs to take time from humans. She's not a human, so she needs to take time from humans. That, like, if she sees, for example, a day, that person is going to die one day sooner than they were supposed to. And there is this monster hunter that has been hunting her kind of people for a long time. Haha. No pun intended. He's coming after her, and it's not like even that confusing. The time stuff is just like that is used as a way to hide and other aspects of the story, and it was just very engaging. We have also these different huge families that are these creatures, and then now these families, they are known for different things, and she becomes friends with like one of them from like her anime family, and there's a lot of stuff she didn't know, and then she finds out a lot of secrets from her family, etc., about her powers and herself. And I was very engaged in the story. I wanted to see this play out. I thought it was maybe a duology, but it turns out it is apparently maybe a trilogy, because it seems like the third book is like untitled on Goodreads. So the second book is out, but not the third. So I'm like, excuse you. But I put the sequel immediately on a reminder tag so that I know to read it soon-ish. That would be like within the next 2 years. I actually enjoyed myself, and I was fascinated by like the magic, etc. Didn't care for the romance though. Like, I felt like that was not really that well developed, but I liked the plot twist and how the story developed and the time stuff. So I ended up giving this a 3 out of 5 stars. I don't think it deserved like 4 because I didn't love it that much, but it was still enjoyable, and I actually engaged with the story in my head, so that was great. Now we're on to one that I had read from before. I have Daughter of the Moon Goddess by Sulin Tan. I don't even have the UK edition. I actually have the US editions of these because I just had to choose one, and this cover appealed to me the more. Actually, I usually make my friends vote on what cover is the best because I can't decide. This one is a Chinese-inspired retelling of Changi, the Chinese moon goddess. And in this one, we have her daughter that is going out on this quest to free her mother from the moon, who is trapped there. We go out to this celestial kingdom. We are actually becoming friends with the prince, and then they don't know who she is. So we kind of, it almost feels like, I don't know how to describe it, but it feels like several books in one book where like, we are now at the court, we're gonna train, and then we skip, and then we like a totally different part of the story, and then we skip and a totally different part of the story that then hangs together. So it feels a bit like fairy tale retelling me through this way of telling. But that was just maybe what I felt when I read it. I don't know what's happened here. Life. Either way, and I did enjoy it, but I didn't love it as much as I thought I would. I felt like it dragged at parts, but I still like enjoyed the different parts of the story that was explored. I didn't even know it was a YA, to be honest. For some reason, I think like if it had been released now, it could have been like in the adult Fairyloot box, just because like how that feels is different. I guess I feel like this feels more adult for some reason, even though like maybe not. I don't remember exactly what I rated it. I feel like I maybe rated it a 3 or I rounded it up to 4. Feel like it would be, that was really hard because in off the side I feel like I enjoyed it more than I think I did, but maybe I'm just tricking myself. I still haven't read the sequel. I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna check. I did read it before. We can just stand by that, I guess. Ooh. Then for another book that I also read before, love that for me, we have The Girl Who Felt the Need to See. But actually, this is a standalone. And in this one, there is this sea god that comes and claims a wife. I don't remember how often, like every year. And then our main character wants herself to become the wife of the sea god, and she goes under the ocean. And under the ocean, it is explorative, I was gonna say. Like, she explores this completely different world. We find out about this curse that the sequels had. I really liked it there. Again, I really enjoyed this one. I enjoyed the setup, I enjoyed the writing, I enjoyed the characters and the atmosphere of the story. But again, there was something about this that I didn't feel was as well explored as I would like. So I thought again that I would love it more, even though it was enjoyable when I read it. Maybe if I read both Out of the Moon Goddess and this one now, I don't know, maybe I would even like them more comparing them to all the other books here. Or maybe I would be more stricter
and then given about a 3, but I do believe I gave this 4 as well. So I guess we will stand by that because I don't think it was terrible or anything like that. I feel like this is a book that I could reread and revisit to just have a cozy time. I love this cover. This is the US cover, and I do believe again that the UK one is different, but this is the one I liked. It's not a bad time or anything like that. I enjoyed it. I just remember I wasn't as immersed as I wanted to be at the time, but I cannot put my words on why exactly in a second. This is now my favorite piles. And then last night I did read Blood Cyan by Deborah Falley. I bought this actually because I was very excited for it. I don't have the favorite edition. We have a main character who has like 5 powers, and she's like, it says here that she's like the descendant of the fire god Shango. I just had to remember names and stuff. And she is like one of the ancient Orisha gods, but they are like hunted down, etc. So she needs to keep this a secret, and now she gets drafted into this army. Is that what it was called? She's trying to infiltrate this army, trying to find out what happened to her mother, and then obviously several things plays out. I feel like I could have enjoyed this more if it was just written a bit better, honestly. It had like very emotional scenes all the way in the beginning of the story that should have a huge impact on you as a reader, and I just felt nothing. It was just very like jolted, like this happened, boom, I guess we are sad, and then this happened, and suddenly we had this other character that just suddenly was evil, and like it just flipped a lot in the beginning, and I didn't get time to process, and it didn't feel like it had. I talked to Ro about this last night on Sprint's substance to what was happening. She put it very nicely, and I guess I was missing that in this, that I missed some substance in the things that was playing out. It did carry itself better, I would say, as the story went on, but I just like found myself not being able to care as much for everything, and I was really sad. Maybe I need to reread. Maybe I need to audiobook it, but it was just something to do with the writing. While like I wanted to enjoy the world and I wanted to enjoy the characters, I just couldn't immerse myself fully because of it. And I just didn't care about this mystery with her mother, and I felt like the things that was revealed wasn't even like, I wasn't sitting there like, oh my god, I just felt it was just trying to keep the attention off of the reader to read the next one in the end. Because again, I didn't feel like I cared enough in the end for when things were revealed. Sadly. So I gave it a 2, but I'm not sure if I would give it another chance at another time when I am not overloaded with what I've had to see in my brain. That makes me just be very tired of certain things already. Or if it's just really just writing, but I might, maybe the writing will be better for me, for example, on audio or something. Okay, so I am going to try to start the next one today, which is The Starter's Thief by Chelsea Abdullah. And I know a lot of people read this earlier this year, and I don't think they enjoyed it. I don't know actually. So let's see if I do. Wish me luck, and you should see me soon. I have somehow read another book in this vlog. We're just here for ages. I feel like I have gone insane, and that this might be my funeral, and then I feel like Fairyloot should definitely sponsor my funeral. Just saying. But I did read The Starter's Thief by Chelsea Abdullah. I didn't really care for it that much. It's a story set with like where we have jinns and ifrits, etc. I read a couple with this like magical creature myths, legends, I don't know exactly what to call it. And I have enjoyed some more than others. It was like fine in that regard. I just didn't care for the characters. Their like chemistry, the way they were acting. I just like the way it was written. It was nothing extraordinary. It was nothing that made me care specifically for this book or for this story. As I feel like it is almost a trend for this whole vlog, but honestly there's like a few sparks in here. I was just gonna see like what is this described at, because we do have a thief. How many books have you had with either thieves or people getting married? I swear I should have made stats out of this. But we have a thief, help of a jinn bodyguard, that's religion magic. And then there's like, there's a sultan, there is a prince. I was just trying to see like how is it described. They need to work together at least, and they go on this quest thing to find the legendary magic lamp. But I didn't care. Honestly, I didn't care. And I feel like this vlog already is gonna last for like 450 years. So I don't know how much you want me to expand on that. But I wish I cared more. I just honestly didn't. It didn't do anything for me. I gave it 2 because I feel like I didn't hate it. So I didn't give it a 1. But that's all I got to say. The next one I'm gonna read is This Vicious Grace by Emily
Tide. Is that how you say it? I would say Tide, but I doubt that is not how you're supposed to pronounce that. I'm trying to read that today. Every time I open a book though lately, and I see the book is like 450 pages or like 550 pages, I'm like, stop. Every time there's a 300-page book, I get happy in my soul, but that has not been happening lately. They're all too long, and I feel like I've been thinking actually for like literally the last 2-3 weeks, I've been thinking next week I'm done. Next week I'm done. And I'm still not done. I'm stuck in hell. Okay, I'm gonna go and read this now and you shall see me later unless I'm dead. Okay, so I now read a couple of books for this vlog and there's some I don't really have that much to say on. I feel like I entered a hell a bit again, but the next one I read, as I said, was This Vicious Grace by Emily Tide. And this one was a girl that she's supposed to, when she marries or gets a partner, to like amplify the power, but then instead she has killed them. So she's like struggling. She has had 3 weddings and 3 funerals, which I feel like that concept is a bit cool. There's these monsters coming to take her island, and like we count down kind of to that throughout the book. And then she meets this dude and they get a thing, and maybe he is the one, but he might not be, you know, the best option. I just kind of didn't care for the story. I didn't really care for the characters, the writing, nor the world, nor what was happening, nor anything in the story engaged me, and I didn't really care. So I gave it a 2 just because, like, again, I don't feel like I hated it and it was terrible and deserves a 1, but I was not enjoying myself. I don't think it was a memorable book for me. And we are moving on really fast because, again, I feel like you've been sitting here for a really long time, and so have I. Then we have The Darkening by Sunya Mara, which was the next one I read, obviously. And again, it was absolutely nothing memorable about this book. I feel really bad, but it was just like, she's the daughter of revolutionaries. They failed at revolution. And now, I mean, it might be starting again. It might not be starting again. She's undercover for a bit with a prince, there's stuff happening, and I didn't care. I feel like the cover is stunning. I feel like, again, it just has no substance. I'm not describing this book well. I'm not describing my feelings really well. My brain is tired. I just couldn't explain to you like exactly what didn't work. It just was a book that didn't work for me. It didn't give anything. I gave this a 1 because, like, honestly, I like this even less than the last one because I feel like this was less original. At least like the other one had some concepts that I could like go into, but this one was not it. And we are moving on really, really fast. So then we have Violet Made of Thorns, where our main character is named Violet, by Gina Chen. And I feel like these 3 after one another, they weren't about the same thing, but they had exactly the same vibe, where they all just like merged together in like a clump for me. But this one can see the future, but just lies about what she sees to manipulate the prince. She's kind of forced to like push him towards like where the people want him. Well, it doesn't exactly go as she wants to, and she hates him, but does she really? The prince, I mean, there's a lot of princess in this book. Oh my god. And then we have like court stuff and just, yeah. And again, I just didn't care about how it played out. I didn't care for the characters. Nothing about this was, again, engaging for me, and I want to move on in life. I also want to take up this curtain. It was just really... the sun is moving right outside my window before it goes down. I need to go down now. Actually, I gave this a 2 because I guess like I liked that it was politicking. It was just not politicking well, if you know what I mean. Then it was actually Belladonna, which I read from before, so I didn't read this now, but it's not that long since I read it, just a few months ago. What was this about again? Like, I tried to explain it. It was about a girl who was supposed to inherit everything from her wealthy parents, but then she was not after all, and she's sent to this estate place with these brothers, and then they're looking down into this killer. There's also like a bit like of herbs things, etc. And then she is in an alliance with death, which was an interesting part. This one kind of went a bit viral, I think, on TikTok, because I bought this because it was so popular and I was curious about it. Was it worth buying it? We have actually a sequel. I'm not just looking at it like, do I even want that on my shelf? Do I want this? Why did I buy this? I don't know. I didn't need to buy it. But here we are, because I fell for the hype, okay? I didn't hate it or anything like that. I thought it was interesting murder thing, even though for me it was very obvious. And I guess I like the atmosphere and like writing a bit, and I care for the characters. I like this whole deal with that thing. That was what like drive me in a bit into the story when I read it. I don't remember exactly, but it was earlier this year. I gave this a 3, and I was still sad about that. I feel like it is a decent enough 3-star book, but not incredible like people said it was. And I want to read Foxglove now, and it's even in this height now, but do I want to buy Foxglove? Maybe I would just check this out and then read it in the library. I don't know. But it was fine. Like, it wasn't as terrible as the others. But again, I do also think I am very overstimulated by the books I'm reading right now. So I feel like that definitely has a part in like my enjoyment of these. I'm not gonna lie. And then today I did read One Dark Window by Rachel Gillig. As you can see, I own this as well because I fell for the hype because we were selling this like crazy, just like Belladonna. It was like super popular suddenly. And then I was like, oh my god. TikTok really, I feel like, dominates the market a lot because I feel like it went viral there. And then here I am. So we have a main character, and then she has like a monster inside of her, a bit like monstrous, just less cooler, that causes out a nightmare. And he protects her, he keeps a secret. The magic system is here is based on like cards, like tarot cards, which I don't know a lot about at all. So for me, it was like hard to, I guess, picture it because I didn't really understand how it worked. I feel like it wasn't explained really well. We were just like thrown into the story like instantly, and I was like, I had to double check twice if I was actually reading the first book because I felt like I missed something. And I honestly, I was like, did I read that? Like, did I not capture it? But then I was like, no, we just didn't explain it well apparently. But maybe it was just me. But yeah, the nightmares like, want to take over eventually, even though he says he's on her side. And then she meets this dude that she starts liking, and I'm like, why do you like him? Can we not like this nightmare instead? I thought that was really boring. And then we are on hunt for these cards because there's stuff going on. And I thought I would actually really like this because I heard, incredible things about it. It's been so popular. I bought this not long ago, like I bought it this year. And I was really excited for it, which is why I bought it. And it just was not it. I am again like, I just read another book for another vlog where like everyone loved it, and I'm like, excuse me, did we read the same book? I am so disappointed. I did not love it. I didn't understand the hype. We were just like on the road and it was quite boring, honestly. I just felt like it didn't have any suspense because the fact she has this nightmare in her mind. We didn't have a suspense for me to be engaged in and be like, oh my god, what's gonna happen next? Didn't have any like plot that I felt super engaged with. I didn't feel like we had that driving force. I felt like we had coolness that had potential, but then it just didn't give anything. And I was very shocked because I was just reading it. I was just waiting for us to get to the point where I felt like pieces would come together. But then I just realized it was like scattered all the way through. And for me, that was very annoying. We had this like weird like truth game in the middle of the book where like things were revealed through that. And I felt like it was just such a cheap and weird way to have some reveals happen and like emotions heightened instead of just like doing it in I don't know, any different way. I just didn't care for the politics. I didn't care for my main character. It felt flat for me, even though the content itself was really cool. It just couldn't live up to it, and I am severely disappointed actually. Not like disappointed as in look at the rest of the pile behind me, but just in general, like I actually was excited for this because like, hello, I have it here, but then it didn't give. So that was sad, and I gave it 2 stars because I'm more upset about that than any of the others that I never heard about and blended together, I guess. Now I read that, and we have very few books left, actually, even though it's still going to be an hour billion long vlog. So the ones I'm going to read next is The Ones We Burn by Rebecca Mix, and that is November 2022. So we're soon in 2023, and that is very good, I feel like. So I'm gonna go ahead on that, and you should see me soon. Okay, so it's been a few days, but I have read more stuff. I read The Ones We Burned by Rebecca Mix. There's another Rebecca that I'm going to start a book of, so I was about to call her that Rebecca, but it's not the same Rebecca. We Burn is actually sapphic, which was a nice surprise, and it follows this witch clan, and one of them every so often gets chosen now to be like the wife to the prince, and they are suppressing the witches. But that also means that his mother was one of the witches. So I was just like, but if his mother was a witch, why are they suppressing the witches? Because they had to marry one of the witches. So that was a bit confusing but I guess like it was just like an alliance to keep that alliance going because there'd been like a lot of like war between them, and she's there to kill the prince and has like that agenda and slowly falls for his sister as well. And then whole loyalty shifts a bit because she gets to know them, and then like, oh my god, they're not as bad. But at the same time, the witches also might be in the wrong, even though they've been suppressed for a long time and they starved them, etc. So there is like these two different factions, and it plays out. I didn't hate it actually. Oh my god, I am as shocked as you. And there was parts, especially in the beginning, I was like, oh my god, this is just so the same over and over and over, as I've been reading. But as I got more into the story and cared a bit more for the characters, I'm not saying that the world and the magic and all that was like super unique and super fascinating, but it managed still to have some hearts and some interesting parts, and I wanted to see the story play out. It is also standalone, so like the whole story is over within the book. And when I was done and the ending was there, I was feeling very like, oh, that was kind of nice. So I did have a semi good time with it, even though I felt like it was very, very long. I feel was it like over 500 pages or something? But it makes sense as they're gonna wrap the whole story in one book. Even though it is a bit predictable, it was still cool to see the characters play out into their own and see them work together and like develop, I guess. So I gave it a 3, which is, honestly not that bad. And I enjoyed it. I thought it was a okay, good time. Oh my god, this next one, Cruel Illusions, was by Maggie Fuston? Margie Fuston. Margie? I don't know. And this one, it has such a silly concept, and it was so long as well. Why are these books suddenly so long? Like, can we go back to like being 300 pages, please? But either way, we have a main character who has always wanted to be a vampire hunter because her mother was killed by a vampire, and then she goes into like this performance act circus like thing, and they are vampire hunters, and they're gonna bring her to this vampire hunter trial where she can get like this vial that makes her immortal to hunt vampires. And they're basically like magicians, so they are not vampires and they hunt vampires. Either way, and then we like unravel this world and maybe find out that the vampires are not as bad as we maybe think. And also she falls kind of for the bad guy and stuff like that. And at the beginning, I kind of absolutely hated it because it was just like the way we were like going in, the way, I don't know how to describe it. When you world build a YA fantasy, it's always like to have so many questions, and then they ask a question and they get like a tiny bit of an explanation, but we have to wait for so long to get more. But it's also just a way to build a world where like you ask a question, we get like a 2-page paragraph of how things work. But that's not actually how things work, because obviously they always need to keep like 400 secrets. And it's just so frustrating because there is more to it, and then and it's not built well because they just like infodump your brain. So you just forget like half the things they said anyway. And I was just so annoyed in the beginning. I was really detesting it. Like she's an orphan. She's super sad. And not that there's anything to laugh about being an orphan, but you get what I meant. But just like typical setup. And then she has a brother that like started to feel distant to her, etc. And then it kind of grew on me a bit. I was like, what is going on? Why am I kind of enjoying it? Why do I want to see this play out? Like the sequence was kind of fun actually. Some of the like the plot twists that it had. But overall, the trials that we were in, it was trying to do so many things at once. And the whole like idea of like magicians and vampires and how they were put together just couldn't quite fall for it. I was just like, why are we doing it in this way? And it had some cool ideas, but ultimately let me down. But like, I had moments where it was enjoyable, where I could enjoy the plot, where it had a bit like a fun family, and I do enjoy those like aspects of a story. But overall, I was sitting there in the end like, nah, it was actually a bit shit, and I'm giving it 2 stars. But it had some small entertainment value, which you can say not about a lot of these. So there's that. I gave it 2.5, maybe we can say, but like, for the purpose of this video, a 2. But there was hopes for a moment that it could be a 3, but then it was just so silly and trope in a knowing way that I couldn't get over it. But yeah, and so long. Now, the next one I read, I actually borrowed at the library, which is Spice Road by Maya Ibrahim. And I struggled so hard finding it at the library because they couldn't find it, but then they eventually did, and I didn't even need it after all, because at the time when I borrowed this, I thought that I was soon done with this vlog. Like, oh my god, I'm gonna read this in 4 days. And then everything was like loaned out at the library, so I couldn't get it. And then obviously I didn't want to pay for anything, which I already had paid for some here, as we know. I had it at my library, so I got it. And then now, like a month later after I borrowed it, obviously it was now available, so I read it obviously on Libby, but I haven't returned this, but I'm going to return it today. Just in case it wasn't available when I needed it, I just kept it. This is the UK edition. It's kind of nice. I didn't love this. I wanted to, but it was just like, there was nothing about it that kept me up. Like, we have Jin kind of story thing, and I know that that is really cool, but then everyone wanted to write about Jins, and now I just read a lot where we have Jins. It's a bit like when you read also like 400 Fae books. It's like at a point is it still as fun as it was the first time you read it, but it doesn't mean that they can't use it, because obviously it is part of like a long history of tales from a whole people. So it doesn't mean that obviously that they can write about it. I'm more interested in Jinns than a lot of other, I was gonna say, lore, can we say that? Probably one of the best Jinn books I read was A Master of Jinn. Amazing, amazing, incredible book. But either way, we have here a girl who has powers. She's special, yay. And then her brother, they thought he died, but then they found out he's alive, and she goes out to find him. And then they go out on this journey that I didn't care for. So they literally just go on the road to find her brother, and I just like nothing captured my attention. Like I just didn't care for the characters. I didn't care for any of the story. I wish I did, because I feel like this one should have been more enjoyable than some of the others here. Whoever controls the spies controls the kingdom itself, like in Dune. But either way, I just wish I cared more, because I feel like again that some of the concepts was interesting, and like I guess the setting, etc. for me should have been more interesting in this than just like the United States of America, you know? Alas, I just didn't care for anything. It didn't manage to have any substance to it that made me care. So I gave it a 2 as well, which I feel now really bad about. But I honestly, like, I was reading and I was just like, I don't care about the same thing that's happening right now. And I just want to move on in life. Like we are going to do. So I'm reading City of Nightmares next by Rebecca Shariffer. Have you not read another book by this author in this vlog? Do you expect me to remember? I was talking the other day that someone told me that I should have split this vlog into several parts, because it's so long, and like I don't know, I wouldn't have suffered, but then I feel like I would just never complete it. I have not read anything about this author. There's just another Rebecca that reminded me. How many have you had? Several Rebeccas? I honestly don't know. We are gonna read that today, hopefully, and then I will let you know. I feel like just doing some updates in bulk is better, honestly. But we are very close to the end. Very close. We have now been in this vlog so long that I cut my bangs not once but twice, I believe. It is insane. Why are we still here? But hello, we are in for a long update once again, for reasons. We just need to talk about the next few books I read. I read City of Nightmares by Rebecca Shariffer. Yes, I do need to look over all the time, because do you remember what I read? Not always. This one was a bit shite, I will be honest. I didn't really care for anything. We are like hunting ghosts, or not ghosts, sorry. There's been a lot of ghosts in the other books. But we're hunting nightmares. She meets one. She realizes they're not maybe as bad as everyone. And she needs to work together with one. Kind of like vampire-esque, if I remember correctly. And like nothing was engaging. I didn't care for anything. I didn't care for the main character. I didn't care for this setup. It says Gotham meets Strange to Dreamer, but was it really though? Was it really? I mean, she's scared. She's scared something happened to her sister. And I just like, I didn't care. I didn't care for the story, clearly, as I cannot apparently speak properly about it. And I was just like, we need to move on. I can't be stuck in this hell any longer. I need to get out of here. So I gave it 1 star, and yeah, there was nothing in it for me at all. Sad. Then I read 7 Faceless Saints by M.K. Lobb. I was kind of excited for this one because the cover gives off like, I was gonna say almost adult fantasy feels. It looks a bit cool and interesting, and it just was not. It just didn't give anything. We had these 2 characters that had known each other for a really long time, and one of them couldn't confess to the other, and then there's like stuff happening with the saints, etc., which is why it's called 7 Faceless Saints. Honestly, there's like a murder. We are going around trying to be cool. A really washed down bad version of Greycoats, almost. It reminded me a bit of like it was trying to do the humor in Greycoats slightly, but that just does it so much better. That is just like, I don't care. I don't care at all. And yeah, I didn't even rate the book at the time, because I'm looking at it now because I need to think. I think I would give it a 2, because like the last one I didn't care for anything because it was boring, and it was just like, I don't care about this nightmare shit and stuff. And this one had a few sparks of moment where it could have been interesting, but then it was just ultimately not. I wish that honestly it could have, if I were written in the adult genre, I could have explored so much more stuff, which made me just granted in this vlog realize that reading over 100 YA in a row is not recommended for your soul. So the next one, I actually had to listen to the audiobook for, because it wasn't available anywhere like to borrow as not an audiobook. So I just bought the audiobook, honestly, because I was just like, I want to be done. I don't want to wait. That is Silver in the Bone by Alexander Bracken. So we had now, is this the second Alexander Bracken or the third? I think it's the second. Lore, was here, and that was, you know, as we know, surrounding Greek myths, and I guess Alexandra liked that because this one surrounds the Arthurian legends. But other myths in the book are also mentioned, to see like that are like a present in a world, but in this one we are focused on Avalon, etc. And we have a main character who does not have like the seeing eye of like the magical world, but she is grown up in the world still. And then like the guardian disappeared, her brother has like this like shifting power that he can't control, and they try to break the curse. They go to Avalon to find this ring that can break curses, and then like they find out that the people in Avalon are really suffering and like are staying back to help, I guess. And I guess the thing I liked about this book, the only thing I liked about it was that our main character was very cynical. Everyone was really like hopeful and being like, oh, we'll be fine, we will fix this. And she's like, no, everyone thinks it's gonna go to shit. And everyone was like, you're so negative. And she's like, yeah, I know. And I kind of like that. I just thought it was a bit refreshing, and all these like all the main characters in here that has been like, they just doesn't have any substance and I don't care for them in this like this. It made me think twice about her, because obviously I do realize that her responses come from trauma, which was a bit sad. But it was just interesting. But just the setting, the characters, the plot, because when it comes to Avalon, it's like ghost zombies attacking them. I was just really like listening to the audiobook and I was like, oh my god, I just don't care. Sounds a bit mean, but I just meant that the plot wasn't engaging at all. I didn't care for us trying to solve this curse, the setting. I was supposed to care for these people. And then now I just realized that maybe Alexandra Bracken doesn't write engaging or interesting enough for me to be engaged in her stories, which obviously is a bit sad, but such is life. And I thought I enjoyed it in the beginning when we were setting up stuff, but when we were in Avalon and the plot was, I was going to say thickening, or was it, because nothing was happening, I was just like, is this it? Is this the plot of this book? Because it took me, I obviously didn't read the synopsis, so it took me a while to get it, and I really didn't end up liking it, and I was just like, that is so disappointing, like everything else here, almost 80%. So I ended up giving it a 2, because honestly, even like the plot was in the end, I was sitting there like, really. So it just fell flat for me, and this was the one that I thought maybe I could like more. But I love Arthurian Legends as well, but it just couldn't keep me. It couldn't grasp me. Okay, so the next one I read was Divine Rivals, and as you can see, I already own this. This was a very, very hype book that everyone was talking about, and I bought the US hardcovers because I thought they were prettier than the UK one with the people on, and I was very excited for this, and I would say I liked it more compared to some of the books here, but I still didn't love it, which was again, frankly, a bit disappointing considering that I had bought it and owned it. But I do think I would keep it because I did like parts of it. This one follows 2 students that now are like growing up in this war, and her brother is in like the army, and she hasn't heard from him for like 6 months. So she's writing letters to him, and they kind of disappear. But like her rival receives them instead, and they start like writing letters to each other, falling in love. And I did like the characters actually a lot. I like their relationship. For me, even though they had known each other for a long time and I was writing these letters, I felt it was going too fast between them. They were just like, oh yeah, okay, let's get married. And I was like, okay, but I do also get it that they are at wartime, so they want to get things going a bit. So like, while I liked the romance, I wanted to see it even more developed than it was on page. And then also, I guess I just apparently don't like war settings, because it reminded me a lot of like the Second World War, which obviously is super important to know about and read about and all that. I'm not saying that, but I'm just, the way it was set, the way like we had like the different, I was going to say divisions, and like where they were going and how like they were acting was very like a war setting, but not as in a fantasy world setting for me, because I always find those interesting. Even though fantasy world settings are obviously built upon real war, obviously like how they are separated. But it was just something about it. It didn't feel like a fantasy story when we are at war. I felt like I was like in an actual war, like in our real world. And I just the setting put me off in a way. So it made me care less for the story. And I guess I wanted to feel more fantasy for me, which maybe is just a personal preference. I did like the writing. I did, as I said, enjoy the characters. I just wish I felt like I cared more for like the plot, etc., because I just didn't. The end though, it was good, and I'm very, very curious to see how that will develop and how that's going to play out in the next book. So as it is a duology, I know it wraps up there, and I do also even own the second book as well. So like, it's not like I hated it, but I didn't fall in love with the story as deeply as I wanted to. So I gave it a 3, which in this vlog apparently is a really, really good rating considering. It's like supposed to be this like, unless love between them. Like, it says no good, no creature, no war can come between them. And I don't think for me that the book completely convinced me of that. I wasn't convinced that their love was above everything. I did realize they loved each other, but I just didn't get that timeless love feeling that I get in other books. So yeah, a bit not disappointed, maybe that's a bit strong word, but apprehensive to how I wanted to feel about it, I guess. Then yesterday I did read Sing Me to Sleep by Gabby Burton. This has a black lead who is a siren, and she's doing everything to protect her sister. So she started working for the royal family, which they have like worked against for a really long time because they have been corrupt for a really long time. She meets a prince and they get a thing, even though, oh my god, he's the prince from the mean royal family. And then she also is in contact with a revolution who wants to bring the royal family down. There's just a saying that plot alone is literally like so any other YA book here, and I just wasn't engaged in the plot. I wish I cared more for like, I guess, the story overall. I wish it was more focused on, say, like her powers, her siren powers, even though like it was there, but I just didn't care. I have this thing where like when they care super much like about a sibling, etc., I'm just like, yeah, whatever. I apparently I'm just a so cold person, but I wanted to be more engaged in the story, and it just fell flat for me, as a lot of the others blended in together with a lot of the others here, like the revolution, the king, the love story between them. I was just like, I felt like I've read it 400 times before, which is sad to say. And yeah, so I gave it a 2. Now, I'm actually happy to say that at this point here, I have listened a lot of these on audio, because while I've been reading downwards the list, I mentioned once maybe in this vlog that simultaneously I've been listening to audiobook from the bottom, so that we will meet a bit, not even in the middle like we are at the end, but so we will meet a bit so that it wasn't as many books for me to read now. And also, we're like in 2023, it's last year, pretty recent. I expected that maybe the most recent YAs would match more with my tastes than the like YAs from 2016, which have shown for a lot of them I have enjoyed much more. So I do feel like that can be correct. I listened to audiobook pretty recently then, because like, as I said, I started on the bottom. So we have Threads That Bind by Kika Hatsopoulos, which I did say the name of in the audiobook, but I don't remember how they said it. This is a Greek mythology retelling, and I can happily say that I very much enjoyed this one. I usually don't even enjoy like investigation stuff, but it was just very, very fun. We have a main character who can see the threads between people, and she can also cut them. So she can, for example, see that if, for example, I love purple, she can see my connection to the color purple around me, and then in theory cut that connection so I wouldn't care for purple anymore. And she has a sister she cares deeply for, but not in the same way as I just described in the other book. And then she also has a fate thread to this guy that she has never dared to speak to, because she doesn't want him to feel forced or obligated to, well, be her friend or be with her just because they have that fate thread. People are dying to this, like, these creatures that doesn't have any life threads, and she starts an investigation for the underworld queen, and that also needs to work together with a dude who has a fate thread, and it just goes into this conspiracy and like an investigation, and I was very much like engaged. I have also questioned that the ones that listen to audiobook I have felt more positive towards, because I have been listening to the story instead of having to read it with my eyeballs. But it has a lot to do with the narrator, because there is some here that had some voices that I didn't enjoy as much, which made me not enjoy the book as much as well. So it can be both ways. I had, as you see, bought this already. I was very interested in it when I heard that it was a Greek mythology book from an actual Greek person. I would say I was not disappointed. As I said, I really enjoyed that character. I enjoyed her motivations, her feelings. I enjoyed a lot of interest. I enjoyed like the secret conspiracy, as I said, and the investigation. I'm very curious about the second book, which I need to get ASAP, honestly. It's one of these that I know I want to read the next one. And I was thinking about it afterwards, thinking like, okay, no, it's not the most original concept. It's not like the best book ever, but I kept guessing like who was behind it and what was behind it, and while I could guess parts of it and thinking it was obvious, it was still fun. It was just a fun book with secrets and plots that you don't always see coming. So I found it very fun and engaging, and would very much recommend it actually, and I give it a 4 out of 5 stars. Look at me go. Hello. So last time we talked, I was here and then I stopped mid-sentence. I was not mid-sentence, I was just had reviewed a book done. And then I just left because my camera was dying. And then I went to Oslo, so it's been like a week. And I finished all the books, by the way. I'm very, very pleased and happy. I was on the last book last time we talked, I think. And I thought that, okay, I will use some time now to update on the last few books. I started editing this vlog. It is ginormously long. And stop talking, Sandra. Just review the books. Just review the books. So, we had a nice one, which was Bonesmith by Nikki Papreto. This one I listened to audiobook as well. We are coming, as I think I said in the last clip, like to the ones I listened to audio while reading all the others further down the list. Bonesmith is by the same author as what's it called again? Wings of Shadow. Wings of Shadow is the last book in the series, but the first book is Crown of Feathers. I read that and I really enjoyed it. Actually, I was just like, oh my god, this is such a typical YA fantasy, and I really ended up enjoying it. And I did like this one a lot too. We have like a badass like ghost hunter person who is like from a lineage of ghost hunters. Not ghost hunters, but like they kind of control ghosts. And she's in this test in the beginning, but fails this test and then is sent into exile where the prince is visiting, and then he gets kidnapped and she's going after to save him, and she needs to work together with this, it's Ironsmith, I think, and they are like kind of from like this other family, and like the Bonesmiths that control the bones and ghosts, I guess, and the Ironsmiths do not like each other, and they go out on this journey together to save the prince, uncover this, I was going to say conspiracy. And our main character, the plot itself is like not really that amazing. Like it is very like obvious, you kind of know what's going on at once. What is fun is like these two characters like, I was going to say, bicker at each other and getting to know each other and trusting each other. And then like this world was very interesting. I really enjoyed that. And honestly, like I had a good time overall. The things that was minuses for me was that the narrator gave a very annoying voice to our main character. So it was very annoying every time she spoke. So like that was kind of minus. And just like, as I said, like the plot didn't really give anything. Like everything was super obvious from like the get-go. Even like the ending, I was sitting there like, okay, great, kind of expecting everything to happen, which again is a YA fantasy, so like what I expect at this point, but still I wanted to like be more invested in certain aspects, which I wish I had been, but I wasn't. But like I liked the relationship, I liked the characters, and I liked the world, but just again the plot was predictable, and I guess I wanted more stuff to be interesting. I did really enjoy the Prince preview that we got sometimes, and I thought he was a different kind of character. So I actually do really want to read the second book, which again, for this vlog, that is kind of a miracle. And I ended up giving it a 3, which again, I do think is good. I just don't think it was like 4-star material for me. So we are running off with that. Also, as I said, I've been starting to edit this vlog, and like honestly, some of these like reviews I did was so thorough, and some was just like, this was just by. And it's really funny to watch it again because this vlog has been going for 3 months, so like I honestly don't remember what I said in the beginning. The next one I read was If I Have to Be Haunted by Miranda's Son. So this one, again, I listened to the audio. We have a main character who all her life has been able to see ghosts. Sorry, I need water. But the mother always told her to not like interact with them and not show that she can see them. And then she was being like, okay, and her grandmother's a ghost and wants her to like interact and take up her heritage and like help the ghosts to go to the other side, but her mom doesn't want to, until one day she's partnered up with her enemy in class, or her rival, and then he almost dies, and then she can see his ghost, but he's not completely dead yet, and they go out on this journey to basically save him. And I thought that it was like a very, very fun bickering between these two main characters. Again, they just had so good chemistry and were really, really cute, even though they obviously liked each other from the get-go. I liked our main character's development. I did enjoy the world and the writing. I just again felt that the plot became a bit boring as I went on this like quest story, because there was a lot of parts of the story we were kind of just stuck in a place and just like, is this real, is this not real? And it happened several times, and I hate like, is this real or not real scenarios. They annoy me, and it happened too many times in this book for me to be like, seriously. So it kind of, you know, like happened too many times, and I just like staggered the story a bit. Like it became a bit boring, a bit long-winded, even though I was very, very invested in like the characters, even though also you kind of can't predict where the story is going to go. I don't remember what did I give it. Sorry, it's been a little while because like I have procrastinated filming this clip. I feel like it is a 3-star. I gave it a 3. Okay, good. So I'm not stupid. And yeah, like it was enjoyable. I feel like if I continue in the same manner as I did in the beginning, it would have gotten a 4, but then like because it dragged a bit, etc., I ended up with a 3. But it was enjoyable overall, again, compared to the others. Honestly, some of these audiobooks while I was reading all the Saki books saved my insanity. I then listened to The Forest Grimm, which is by Catherine Purdy, which is the same author as The Bone Cries Moon, which because you've been watching this vlog, you know that I really, really enjoyed it, and I give it a 4 stars. So I was very curious to see how we feel about another book from the same author, and I did not like this one. Again, I feel like the narrator in this one was so annoying and had a really, like, for me, annoying voice and like accent, which obviously I'm not saying that this poor person who is narrating this book is anything wrong with this person, but just the way that the story was told just didn't match with me. So that kind of, I guess, ruined some of the enjoyment for the story, which is obviously sad, but I can't really help how I feel. And this one is about this village that is in the middle of the forest being cursed, because they usually could make this wish once a year to this cauldron that once disappeared, and then her mother disappeared, and then also there's a murder, but we don't really know who did the murdering. And then she was to go to the forest to look for her mother, but she can't because there's like these like chosen people that is like supposed to do it, and then she just kind of does it anyway one day. And then she also has like her grandma can see the future in like also called like cards, tarot cards, and then she has had like this grim future the whole time, so she's been a bit like scared of that future, but she still goes out on this journey. And then we basically, you know what I said when we talked about what is real and what is not real, we go into this forest for, I don't even know how this book was, 400 pages, like I listened to audiobooks, I don't know, and we just walk in the forest and we meet people who might be dead or not dead, who might have been gone crazy or not gone crazy, and we just walk around and meet evil people and don't meet evil people. We meet people from different fairy tales like Rapunzel, Cinderella, like Hansel and Gretel. So like I do get that is kind of a play on the fairy tales it is called the Forest Graham. I do get that, but and I enjoy a fairy tale retelling like anyone else, but just it was just so boring. We're just walking in this forest and nothing is happening, and we didn't get any answers to the actual mystery of the story. And then the book ended, and it kind of felt like it was wrapping up, but then it was like, no, we're gonna end on a thing where it's still gonna be questions because we're gonna write more, and I just don't care. And I actually enjoyed parts of it in the beginning, but it was just the romance was so annoying. The main character was annoying. They were all stupid. I'm sorry, I'm ranting a bit, but like the book just didn't match for me. That's what I got to say. So it just didn't match for me, and I gave it a 2, which is disappointing now since I enjoyed Born Carter's Moon and was debating buying that one if I'll join the sequel. And then we have this one which I didn't enjoy at all, which is a lot to say that just because you enjoy one book by the author doesn't mean you need to buy the rest of the books by the author, because you never know if you're going to enjoy what they write next. Have I learned in life. But yeah. Okay, so next one, The Scarlet Alchemist by Khalidi Baker, again on audiobook, and this one was very enjoyable actually. So we have a main character, they live very, very poor. She was abandoned by her father, her mother is dead, and then she lives with like her aunt and her cousins, and she can resurrect people from the dead using alchemy and wants to become a royal alchemist so that they can earn money and like live better, and then like in poverty. I was about to say poverty, but that's not a word. And then her siblings is going to become like royal, what's it called? Not the alchemist, but like royal study people. I can't remember the word right now. So they're like been practicing like for a really long time, and then she needs to do this test, and they're very sexist. And then she also, as I said, used alchemy on this side to resurrect people to get extra money. And it is like a lot to do with that. Like there's a lot of talk about that. And then we also eventually like go to the capital and like things evolve from there. Parts about this story that I like didn't love as much. There was like a certain romance which was a bit annoying, but I really, really enjoyed seeing like how alchemy was used in the story. I really, really enjoyed the plot twists that came out of the story using alchemy. I really enjoyed those parts. It was so great. I really enjoyed that main character, how determined she was. I also felt really bad for her, and I just enjoyed the reveals overall. I do feel again like the romance made the story weaker. It was a bit annoying, honestly, but the ending was so good and fun, and I'm actually very excited to read the next book. I was invested in this story, and I like when I was not listening to the book, I wanted to listen to it because I wanted to know what was going to happen next. There's definitely more parts of the story to explore, and I overall had a good time. But I do believe, did I give it a 3 or a 4? Give it a 4. Okay, that makes sense because I enjoyed the ending so much. I was just considering, but I enjoy like the events of the story, how we learn things, how the things evolve, because when we are, if I think about like the beginning of the story and where we end up, it had a lot of developments, and I enjoyed seeing those come into play and see the story develop. So like it was overall a good time, and I did not expect so, because like honestly, like I'm Asian and I do think the girl is beautiful, but that cover is horrendous. I feel like no one wants to pick up the book based on the cover, on the US one. At least I mean that's a UK one as well. I really, really want the Fairyloot edition because it's so pretty, and I really enjoyed the stories. I actually wanted to buy it, but then I just don't want an ugly edition, so it's not happening. Think about it more now with like the actual events and the plot was coming out of the story. I remember me enjoying it much more than at first seemed like when I first talked about it. But maybe that is just after a while, you know, like the feelings ebb away, so you kind of forget sometimes, if you know what I mean. But yeah, I think a 4 is good, and honestly, it was one of the better ones of all this whole vlog, as you can tell, because I gave it a 4. So my camera's about to die once again, but I thought that I would still just do this one update so that like I don't need to update 4 billion years. The next, I assume maybe final update. But the next one I did read, I will talk about next time, but it's actually the first audiobook of all of them because I couldn't get a hold of it or something. That was before I like just started going downwards for many of them. Not that many more to talk about, but yeah, you should see me very soon, obviously, because you're watching the vlog when it's actually done. I started editing it, as I said, and I am suffering. If I told you how long it's been since I uploaded this vlog and I haven't finished it yet, you would scream internally with me. But yeah, it's time to update for the last few books. I know that this vlog is 4 hours. I apologize. I don't know what happened and how it happened, but here we are. So we have What the River Knows by Isabel Ibanez. This was, as I mentioned, first audiobook that I did. And this one follows this young girl. This is a long time since I read it now. Like it's over 3 months ago, so bear with me here. Her parents has died or been announced that, and they usually went to Egypt where she lived back home in Argentina, and then she is going after them because she wanted to figure out how they died, and she wondered why. Like, why were they so obsessed with Egypt? Why didn't they want to be in her life instead of just going to Egypt all the time? I heard amazing things about it, but as we also know, I read another book by this author, Silver and Moonfall or Silver and Moonlight something or like this. Like, I didn't enjoy that, and it also had problematic elements, as we know, and I didn't enjoy this either. It was just so whiny. The narrator was fine, but it was just so insta-lovey. She arrives in Egypt and instantly feels attraction to this dude that they didn't care for, that has like dangerous past, and then she also is just so whiny. She's like every single moment she's gonna moan about her parents not wanting to spend time with her because they wanted to be in Egypt. They were like, they chose this. She thought about back to the days when she was all alone and because of her parents. And I get it, trauma. It is like an important part of the character, and it's the reason she is the way she is. I do get that, but it just became so whiny because it was so repetitive all the time, bringing up how her parents wanted to be in Egypt and went with her over and over and over and over again. And I was just like, at the point I stopped caring about this because she just kept repeating the same thing over and over and over. There was some like interesting like exploration parts, like we go into like, we're gonna find like what's it called? I was gonna say artifacts almost in Egypt, and I liked the setting, and like the writing was good, but the characters and the plot was just so boring and annoying and repetitive, and I ended up not enjoying this one at all because of this. So I gave it a 2 stars, and we can move on because we already know we've been here for 4 hours. Next one I read was then A Fragile Enchantment by Alison Saft. This one was like almost like Regency era, a bit like, it looked really sweet. We have a, what's it called, not a hairdresser but like a dresser, what's it called when you make clothes, crafter, I can't remember the word right now. Seamstress. Oh, that was the word I needed. She's a seamstress to the prince, someone important. They get a thing, and it was like a kind of love story thing, but like it was just written very flat, and I wasn't that engaged or like interested in the characters or like this journey. I just like, am I supposed to care? I don't care. So I do remember, I think I gave it a 2 star, and yes, this is a very short review. We have been there for 4 hours. What do you expect? The last time I tried to find this book, I couldn't find it, and now I almost couldn't find it either. We have The Crimson Moth by Kristen Ciccarelli. This is a surprise as much as to you as to me maybe, is the fact that I have a copy, because when I finished it like 2.5 months ago, I loved it so much that I went and bought one because I absolutely wanted one in hardcover. I do think that the UK hardcover is very pretty. I don't like personally the US that much. It's also called Hunter x Hunter in that one, and this one, or Huntress something, not Hunter x Hunter. I do think that that is a anime / manga, but this one I just want a copy. I do think that the Fairyloot edition is stunning, but obviously I don't have that one. And it follows a witch and a witch hunter. We have a witch, and she's been helping witches escape like where they live because like they are being hunted down, and she wants them to go to a safe place. She was the one who gave up her grandmother just so that people would believe that she was not a witch, and she is known as the Crimson Moth. And then we have Gideon, who's hunting the Crimson Moth. She's looking for one certain witch, and she thinks that he knows where she is, so she's trying to get him for information, and he he suspects that she's the Crimson Moth and is trying to find out if she actually is. And at the same time, they kind of like are like fake courting each other, and like they have like really good dynamics and like conversations, really good attraction to each other. And then at the same time, there's talks about like this other witch coming back that was like the evil witch kind of. At the same time, there's other like happenings because like the witches did use to abuse the humans a lot, so that is why people are so scared of them and don't like them. And there's like talks of like, well, obviously how the witches are treated now is not good either, so like what is going to happen to this society, things need to change. And I just really like the tone of the story. I really liked how it was written. I really liked the characters. I really liked the world building and the reveals that came out of it. I enjoyed the characters. I enjoyed like not exactly knowing where the story would go, like where does the line go between these people. It's like playing on each other, using each other. And the fact that it was a YA like didn't stop it from being like a bit sexy, but not like that. I don't mean like it needs to be smutty, but like it was a bit sexy. It had like a suspense, it had attraction, and that shows, I think personally, that not a book needs to have like smut the whole way to have attraction and have really fun playing out characters and love stories. And I really liked it. I was so surprised of liking it. I mean, I'm holding a copy here that I bought after finishing the audio, and I'm very excited to where the second book will go. I feel like one of the things that drive me in so much was like not knowing exactly what was going to happen. So I gave it this a 5 out of 5 stars. You did not hear wrong. Is this the only one I gave it 5 stars that was not a reread? I don't actually remember anymore at this point. I do believe at this point we have 4 or 5 stars because I've been editing and I've been seeing that rating thing the whole time. It might be that is all you need to know. But honestly, I had such a good time with this. It was so entertaining and fun and exactly kind of what I needed among all of this. So there we go. Then the next one we have is A Tempest of Tea by Hafsa Faisal. This one I actually read earlier this year before this vlog was even thought of. But I read it earlier, I think in the middle of like a reading challenge I had. And it is the news by the author set in the same world as We Hunt the Flame, but like not like anywhere near it, like in a different country, even though the other country is mentioned. And we have like this crew that is going to do this heist, and we also have vampires as part of the story. I was really high for it. I did think I was going to enjoy it, but I didn't love it as much personally. I just found like the characters not that interesting, and like we have several point of views, but like no one like gave a distinct voice for me to care for them. The whole vampire aspect of the story was like very pushed to the side, and like what fascinated with it, and I wanted to care for that. And then we had like this heist that was supposed to push the story forward, and again I didn't care for this heist. So I just felt like it didn't carry what it wanted. I was a bit invested, like because it's set in the same world and as again the vampires, so it wasn't like terrible, but honestly like I was super high for it and I ended up giving it a 3 at the time. I feel like it can stand in a 3 because like it is well written. I just was not overall like interested in the characters or the plot, which is again sad. Then we have, oh, this was one of the earliest audiobooks. I like everything is coming back to me, but we have Darker by 4 by Juicy L. Tan. This is the same author as something else I read. Is it like the Treasure remix something? I don't even know. But either way, this one was very fun, and it follows this girl that like has a very strong like spiritual thing, and she uses magic through this, and she's going to this school where like they're being trained to use this, and then like they, what's it called, like banished spirits or like something. I can't explain like the right words right now, but she's looking for a mix, like it wasn't chimera, maybe a mix with like human and chimera, because that is what killed her mother, but people are saying they don't exist, but she's been hunting for her whole life to prove that they exist, to find the one that killed her mother. Then we have another dude that's from like a very prominent like hunter family, but he doesn't like have any spiritual energy, and like he's looked down upon because of this. And then through this like experiment things, he gets her spiritual energy and now is finally powerful after all this time, while at the same time they are looking for a like reborn reaper that like has went and like hidden, and then we are like trying to find out like which one of who they are, like that reaper who's like going to return to the underworld to his kingdom. I really love the different elements of this. I feel like the characters were very well rounded and interesting motivations. The world building was very fun too. It definitely has like very like that hint of like a K-drama over it, like with the reapers, with like the ghost scene, with the hunting, and like how the characters acted. I really enjoyed like that tone of a story, and I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a very fun young adult like fantasy with a setting like in our world, but like with like the different like
I was gonna say almost like a whale of like secret magical things, and it was a setup of a YA that I generally would enjoy, and it did it in a way that was engaging and fun. So I ended up very much enjoying it, and I give it 4 out of 5 stars. I do believe, and I'm very curious to see what the sequel will hold. I kind of want to buy it as well, so we shall see. Then I read, oh my god, it's lying here. Oh my god, it's full of shit. I read The Temptation of Magic, and oh my god, I bought this because at the time the UK like release it was like so much earlier than the US one. I couldn't get the audiobook, I couldn't get it on Libby because it wasn't available anywhere there, because the US release date was like 27th of August. So I just had to buy a copy, and I remember I like ordered it basically in panic because I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna read this book next week. So I was just like so panicking that it wouldn't arrive in time, that the vlog wouldn't be up in time. But yeah, now, you know, in the end of September, I could have definitely not bought this because I could have literally just audiobooked it because it wouldn't have mattered. But at the time, I didn't think that far. And then, like, my library didn't have it or anything. It was like a full panic. Now I own it. It's a pretty book though, but I wish I hadn't bought it. I don't even know, it's the kinda like vampire stuff, but they are called Imperials instead. We have this young woman that falls for one, and they have like really sexual attraction between them. And then I don't even know what's going on at that anymore. It's like really long time. It felt a bit like a discovery of witches, basically just like different, and they're looking for a painting apparently, and then it's some hunting, and he's just like, oh, can you resist me? And then they fall in love, etc. And I clearly, as you can tell, didn't care that much. It was very like boring and uninteresting, and I do believe I gave it a 2, and I own this now, but it is pretty at least. But I will probably, let's be real, get rid of it at a point. Oh, and then we had The Darkness Within Us by Tricia Levenseller. I actually thought that I wouldn't get to read this because like that was in June. I was just like that would be the last book for this vlog, but here we are. So this one I listened to the audio of because I didn't want to buy physical to not match my other by Tricia Levenseller, because as we know, I read the first one in this like for when was it 2020, and this is like the sequel but following the sister of the main character that we have misunderstood, because in the first book she was described as like really, really pretty but stupid, and here it's shown that she's been acting stupid all along to marry like this old dude that is talked about in the first book, to then wait for him to die so she get all this money and can enjoy life. And that's exactly what happens until suddenly it shows up a person who says that he's her son, and we are like, oh, gasp, he has a son, no one knew. And then they might get a thing, and they might have a dark beastly secret, and it was just very fun to see it play out. I guess I really just enjoyed this because it was very fun on audio. I really enjoyed it, how like it was narrated, how it like really went to the head of our main character and how she had worked so hard and fooled everyone for so long, and then this dude comes around and then destroys it. I do know that I gave the first one a 2-star, which I feel like is a bit strict now, but I also feel like it is correct in a way that I felt the plot and that was so predictable, and I like didn't like how everyone was dumbed down for the character to be smarter. While in this one, I feel like that was not necessarily the case. I really actually enjoyed seeing the main character from the first one again in this one, and how that relationship was like, what's it called, explored more. I just really want now a third book with both of them together, like them saving the kingdom together or something. But I ended up really liking this one. I'm very much surprised as you are. I thought it was very entertaining. I really liked the bickering between the main characters. Maybe I would enjoy the first one more for what it was if I listened to the audio, honestly, because maybe that was my mistake that I read it physically. But like it was still, I'm not saying that the other one was bad, by the way. I just like felt like I enjoyed this one more because like the things that annoyed me in the first one wasn't present in this one. I just wanted to see, what did I give it? I apparently rounded it up to a 4, so we are going with that. But yeah, this was very fun, and you can read this without having read the first one, but I do generally think that both of the books are very fun and entertaining, and that they are enjoyable. Both of them is just like the things I don't know of the first one that I talked about several times. We are down to the last 2, and we have another one, which is Sleep Like That by Kaylin Bayron. Definitely did not think that I would be able to read this for this vlog. I had this on pre-order, so it was coming in pretty fast, and it is the back to a fairy tale retelling from the author of Cinderella is Dead. And here we obviously have a Snow White retelling. In this one though, the mother and the daughter don't hate each other, and she's sending her away and faking her death to save her, because we have this demon dude that is like literally
what's called like blackmailing them all the time. And if you do have a like meeting the drawers and like getting a family, and then like you turn a bit around of the like the prince coming, etc., and like how that is played out. I actually really enjoyed the turns this took. I enjoyed the adjustment that it had. I don't think that Snow White is my favorite fairy tale, but I definitely think that this had some good twists and turns that was enjoyable, and it was really well written, and I enjoyed it from the author. It was weird to read a book by the author though that wasn't sapphic, because she's like always sapphic books, and then this one was not. I was very surprised because I thought it was going to be gay, and it wasn't. I ended up giving it a 3. Like, it was decent, it was fun, it was interesting, but I just like, it wasn't like amazing and blew my mind. I just had to double check the rating, but like I would recommend it. It was fun, it was cute, it was approachable, and I liked like if you are known for the fairy tale, it's always fun to look for like what has changed in it. And then there's a next one. I definitely did not think I was going to be able to make it for the vlog, but because that was the August pick for Fairyloot, but it was released like quite early, so I managed to get the audiobook, but I also had it on pre-order. So this one came in like the day I finished the audiobook or something. So we had The Girl with No Reflection by Kashi Chow, and this one follows a young girl that needs to, guess what, get married. And she's marrying like the prince of like the country, and when she comes there, she realizes that there's a mirror world. So when she looks at herself in the mirror, the girl is alive. Then they switch places, but like, can that be trusted? We need to figure that out through the story. So very much like a turn and twist, like we can trust this character, we don't trust this character, we trust this character, we don't trust this character, and it turns and twists like every few pages, not that often, but quite often. It was very much a whiplash story, and I started to laugh because it happens so many times where our main character was like, I love this person so much. Oh no, oh maybe not, I love this person so much. And I was like, girl, you need to calm your tits down. It was just very hilarious to me, and I actually ended up, I did like it, whereas like I wanted to see where the story would play out. It was very dramatic, and main character was super dramatic. It was a bit silly though, but like how, as I said, like how whiplashy it felt, but it was interesting, like concept of like the mirror people, the mirror world, and like the origins for this. And like I don't think it was terrible. I don't think necessarily I needed to own a copy, but I mean, I really liked it. I thought it was pretty, so I will keep this for a bit at least. I did not go where I thought it would go. I don't remember anymore if there's like a series or something, but yeah, not at all what I thought it would be either, because obviously when you see The Girl with No Reflection, you think about Milan because of the reflection song, but it's not like anything like it, even though definitely we are like in a Asian inspired world. But yeah, a bit fairy tale-esque almost, with like the chaoticness and like the naivety of our main character. And I gave this a 3, not like amazing, but not terrible by any means. So you can definitely tell like the later ones had more of like a puff that I enjoyed, but like not all, honestly, if you see like the, for example, The Temptation of Magic. So here we are to the last book, and I was planning to do like maybe like some percentage and like some math on like my little like star rating thingy that I made in this video, to like see actually like more concrete math of like what I enjoyed or not, but I'm too lazy for that, and this vlog is now over 4 hours long, so we're not doing that, or about 4 hours. I am impressed by all means if you watch to the end. I know that there were some audio problems in the middle of the video. I do apologize for that. I didn't know how to fix it, and there was no way I was filming anything again. I used really long time on editing this because I procrastinated because I knew it was long, and I used a really long time reading all of these books that I thought it would take me a month. So that was also, the whole project just went insane, and again, people just suggested I cut it off, but I was like, that's not happening. However, I'm planning to continue this. I'm planning to do like the rest of Fairyloot young adults. I'm just wondering if you managed to watch it, and do you want me to do like rest of this year and all of next year, or do you want me to do from like September to September now, since September is the next book I will pick? And I can't even read that, by the way, for this vlog, because it's releasing on the 1st of October officially, and we actually posted that before this. I'm thinking I will read them throughout the year when they are available, and then just post a vlog, but I just don't know how many it will be in one, because obviously it's not going to be over 100 in every vlog. I'm planning to do Fairyloot Adult. I'm planning to do all of the Lumicrate at a point, but maybe doing it like a bit over time than like what we did here. But again, I am very appreciative if you watch this whole thing. That is insane, but also insane that I did this, honestly. It just took much longer than I thought it would ever do, and because of that, I just feel like I need to be done. I need to stop talking now. So yeah, leave a fairy emoji down below if you enjoyed this. Thank you so much for watching, and you should see me soon in a new video. Goodbye!